Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first thing I noticed was the silence. Not an empty silence, but a thick, velvety quiet that had been deliberately placed over the usual nocturnal hum of our apartment. The refrigerator had clicked off. The distant, steady thrum of the city through the double-paned windows had vanished, as if someone had thrown a soundproof blanket over the entire building. My own breath was the loudest thing in the room, a shallow, hesitant rhythm that I tried to slow to quiet. I was standing in the dark of the hallway, one hand on the cool wall, my body turned toward the living room. I had woken from a dead sleep with the certain, bone-deep knowledge that I was not alone. There was no creak of a floorboard, no displaced air, no shadow that shouldn't have been there. It was a sensation, a primitive alarm ringing in the lizard part of my brain. A tightening in my chest, a quickening of the pulse at my throat, a cold clarity that whispered someone is here, and they are aware of you, standing frozen in the dark. I had felt this watchful presence before, but always in crowds, on the subway, a fleeting paranoia I attributed to the stress of the new job. This was different, this was intimate, this was in my home. I forced my feet to move, each step a deliberate, silent negotiation with the polished oak floorboards. The living room was a landscape of monochrome shapes, the moon through the large window casting long, distorted rectangles of silver light across the furniture. The deep blue sofa was a hulking silhouette. The chrome legs of the glass coffee table gleamed like surgical instruments. Everything was in its place. The meticulous order Lucy and I maintained a testament to our new life, a life that felt, in that moment, as fragile as the glass in that table. My briefcase was where I had left it, leaning against the side of my armchair. It was a beautiful thing, thick, burnished leather, a gift from the partners at Corvus and Kane upon my promotion. It felt heavy in my hand, not with the weight of legal briefs, but with something else, something unnameable. I carried it back to the bedroom like a talisman or a bomb. Lucy was still asleep, a gentle mound under the duvet, her breathing a soft counterpoint to the frantic thumping in my ribs. I placed the briefcase on the floor by my side of the bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling, the sensation of unseen eyes still prickling the back of my neck. I did not sleep again. The office of Corvus and Kane was a temple of silence and implied power. It occupied the top 15 floors of a steel and glass obelisk that speared the downtown sky, and entering it always felt like stepping into a different atmosphere, one where sound was absorbed by the thick wool carpets and the hushed reverence of success. The walls were not painted. They were clad in ash paneling or hung with severe, expensive abstract art that conveyed nothing but its own cost. The light was always indirect, golden, and flattering. It was a place designed to make clients feel both privileged and insignificant. I had walked in 6 months ago, Christopher Holt, a kid from a Rust Belt town who had clawed his way through night classes and public defender drudgery, my ambition a bright, hard diamond in my chest. They had seen it, the partners. Arthur Corvus, with his patrician silver hair and eyes the color of a winter sea, had called it promise. Julian Kane, smaller, sharper, a man who moved with the quiet precision of a stiletto, had called it potential. They offered me a key to a kingdom I had only ever read about in Forbes. I took it without a second thought. My secretary, Alina, a woman whose age and temperament were as unreadable as the art on the walls, handed me my schedule without a word. Her eyes, magnified behind thick lenses, flickered over me for a half-second too long. Or did they? That was the new disease, the one that had started to metastasize since the Prometheus file. Everything was a sign, a potential threat. The Prometheus file was not its real name. Its real name was a string of numbers and corporate entities that meant nothing. I had given it the name myself, late one night, staring at the reams of dry, devastatingly complex documentation. It was a merger, the kind that reshaped industries and made the partners gods. My job was the grunt work, the due diligence, tracing the labyrinthine ownership of a dozen shell companies that were being folded into the main entity. It was tedious, brain-numbing work, and then I found the thread. A holding company registered in the Caymans that owned a shipping subsidiary that, according to a footnote in a decade-old environmental report, had been fined for improper waste disposal. The waste was a specific, highly toxic industrial solvent. The fine was paid, the case closed. It was nothing, a speck of dust on the gleaming facade of the deal. But the client, a reclusive billionaire named Voronin, had insisted on absolute surgical cleanliness, so I dug. The trail was cold, deliberately frozen, but I was good at my job. I found that the same holding company had, through a series of transactions so convoluted they felt like a confession, purchased a defunct paper mill in upstate New York. The mill was on a river that fed into the reservoir for a town called Oak Creek, a town with a pediatric cancer cluster that had been the subject of a short-lived news story 5 years ago. I had taken my findings to Julian Kane. I was proud, eager, a good bird dog pointing to the quarry. He had listened, his fingers steepled, his expression one of polite interest. When I finished, he smiled. It was a thin, economical smile. "Christopher," he had said, his voice soft as brushed suede, "you have a brilliant, meticulous mind. That is why you are here. But a mind like that must learn to see the forest, not just the trees. This," he gestured to my report, "is a tree. A very small, very dead tree. We are building a forest. Do you understand?" I thought I did. I went back to my office, my face hot with a mixture of shame and confusion. The next day, the Prometheus file was gone from my system. All my notes, my digital traces, had been scrubbed. When I asked Alina about it, she told me I had been reassigned to the Henderson tax litigation, a prestigious but straightforward case. I tried to put it out of my mind. I told myself Kane was right. I was thinking too small. This was how the world worked at this altitude. But things began to change after that. Small things. A car that seemed to follow me for a few blocks too many. A wrong number call where the caller hung up after a long pause. The feeling in a restaurant that the man 2 tables over was not reading his newspaper but watching me in the reflection of the window. And the dreams, vivid, unsettling dreams of dark water and a sweet chemical smell. I was pulled into a new case, a defense for a logistics company whose security chief was accused of assault. The chief, a man named Silas, had hands like weathered stone and a stillness about him that was more threatening than any bluster. He was ex-military, the kind of man Corvus and Kane kept on retainer for special situations. We won, of course. We always won. After the verdict, Silas approached me in the men's room of the courthouse. He was washing his hands methodically, the water scalding hot. "Nice work in there, counselor," he said, his voice a low gravel. He didn't look at me, but at our reflections in the mirror. His eyes were flat, like chips of slate. "Just doing my job," I said, reaching for a paper towel. "Some jobs are dirtier than others." He turned off the faucet and finally turned his gaze on me. It was a physical pressure. "The firm looks after its own, Holt. You remember that. We're a family, and families protect their secrets." He left me there, my hands still hovering over the towel dispenser, the words hanging in the steam-filled air. A threat wrapped in a bromide. That was the moment the diamond of my ambition cracked. That was the moment I knew I was not building a career. I was being assimilated into an organism. I started looking at my colleagues differently. The bright, hungry young associates, their eyes glazed with fatigue and greed. The mid-level partners, their souls sanded down by compromise, their lives a collection of expensive toys and quiet desperation. They were all part of the machine. They had all at some point seen a dead tree and learned to look away. I began to document everything. I used a tiny, encrypted drive, a gift from a tech-obsessed friend in what felt like a previous life. I took pictures of documents with my phone when I worked late. I recorded conversations on a digital pen. It was a pathetic arsenal against the Leviathan of Corvus and Cain, but it was all I had. I was building a life raft, nail by terrified nail. The man from the FBI was named Dern. He found me not at the office, not at home, but in the public library, in the dusty, deserted genealogy section. He was dressed in a cheap suit, and he had the tired, patient face of a man who has seen too many lies. "Mr. Holt," he said, sliding into the chair opposite me. He didn't show a badge, he didn't have to. "We think you might be in a position to help us." My heart was a trapped bird beating against my ribs. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Corvus and Cain," he said, his voice low and even. "We've been watching them for a long time. They're not just lawyers, Christopher. They are the legal engine for one of the most sophisticated criminal networks operating on the eastern seaboard. Money laundering, racketeering, environmental crimes, you name it. They don't get their hands dirty. They just make it all look clean." I said nothing. The musty smell of old paper was suddenly overwhelming. "We know about the Prometheus file," Dern continued. "We know you saw something. We know it was taken from you. You're a smart guy. You must know what you're sitting on. It's only a matter of time before they decide you're a liability, not an asset." "They told me I was family," I said, the words tasting like ash. Dern gave a short, humorless laugh. "Yeah, the kind of family that disappears you. We can protect you. We can give you and your wife new lives, but we need your help. We need everything you have. We need you on the inside." I thought of Lucy, of the life we were building, the future we had painted in such bright, hopeful colors. It was all a lie, a beautiful, gilded cage. I thought of Silas's flat, stone-chip eyes. I thought of the feeling of being watched in my own home. "I need to think," I whispered. "You don't have the luxury of time," Dern said, sliding a plain white business card across the table. There was nothing on it but a phone number. "When you're ready to stop being a tree and start being a forest fire, call me." That night I told Lucy everything. We sat at our kitchen table, the same table where we had shared so many meals filled with dreams and laughter, and I watched the color drain from her face. I watched the trust in her eyes curdle into fear. She didn't cry. She just listened, her hand gripping mine so tightly her knuckles were white. "We have to go to the police," she said, her voice trembling. "They are the police, Lucy, the FBI, and they can't even touch these people. Corvus and Cain owns judges, politicians, cops. Going to the police would be like handing them a signed confession. Then we run, we just go, tonight." "And go where, with what? They would find us. Dern said they would give us new lives." "Witness protection," her voice was a horrified whisper. "That's for mobsters and drug dealers." "That's what I am now, Lucy," I said, the truth of it a cold stone in my gut. "By association, by compliance, I'm one of them." We argued, we held each other, we sat in terrified silence. Finally, exhausted, we went to bed. I lay awake, listening, the FBI's card a burning weight in my wallet. That was when the silence had descended. That was when I had felt the watcher in the dark. The next morning I went to the office. It was a performance, the most important of my life. I smiled at Alina. I nodded at the other associates in the hall. I attended a meeting on the Henderson case, contributing where necessary, my voice steady, my hands calm. Inside, I was screaming. At noon, Arthur Corvus himself summoned me to his office. It was a corner suite, a panorama of the city laid out at his feet like a conquered kingdom. He was standing by the window, a crystal glass of water in his hand. "Christopher," he said, turning, his smile was avuncular, warm. "Come in, sit. You've been working very hard. I see the long hours. It's commendable." Thank you, sir, I said, taking a seat in the deep leather chair facing his desk. There's a matter of some sensitivity, he began, sitting opposite me. He leaned forward, his demeanor shifting from patriarch to confessor. A client of ours, a very important client, is facing some unwarranted scrutiny from federal investigators. A man named Dern. Have you heard of him? The air left my lungs. I forced myself to breathe, to keep my face a mask of mild curiosity. I can't say that I have. He's a nuisance, but a persistent one. Corvus took a sip of water. He has been known to approach junior members of the firm, to try and leverage them, to offer them deals, protection. It's a sad tactic, preying on the ambitious, the impressionable. He was looking right at me, his wintersea eyes seeing everything. He knew about the library, he knew about Dern's offer. The sensation of being watched had not been paranoia, it had been a fact. My loyalty is to the firm, Mr. Corvus, I said, the words automatic, hollow. I know it is, Christopher, I know. He smiled again, but it didn't reach his eyes. That is why I am giving you this. He slid a single key across the polished surface of his desk. It is for a safety deposit box at the First Metropolitan Bank on Grand. There is something in there for you, a token of our appreciation, for your loyalty and your discretion. I picked up the key. It was cold and heavy. What is it? Consider it a signing bonus, he said. For the next phase of your career, we have great plans for you, Christopher. Great plans, but plans, like cases, require absolute confidentiality. Do we understand each other? I understood perfectly. It was a bribe, a massive, undeniable bribe, and it was a test. Taking it was my pledge of allegiance. Refusing it was a death sentence. I understand, I said, closing my fingers around the key. Good, Corvus stood, the meeting over. The box is in your name. I suggest you visit it today. I left his office, the key feeling like a shard of ice in my palm. I went straight to the bank. The vault was a silent, climate-controlled tomb. The safety deposit box was long and flat. Inside there was no money. There were stacks of bearer bonds, their value astronomical, and beneath them a single, sealed manila envelope. My hands shook as I opened it. Inside were photographs, grainy, long-lens photographs of Lucy, leaving her yoga studio, shopping for groceries, walking through the park, her face tilted up to the sun, and one taken through our bedroom window the previous night of me standing in the dark hallway, my face a mask of fear. They had been in our home. They had been watching us while we slept. There was a note typed on a simple piece of white paper. A family looks after its own. Welcome to the family, Christopher. I drove home in a trance, the photographs on the passenger seat, a portfolio of my own damnation. The bonds were my gilded cage. The photographs were the lock. I had to get Lucy out. Now, tonight, we would call Dern. We would disappear. I pushed open the door to our apartment, my heart hammering. Lucy, I called out. The apartment was silent, the same heavy, watchful silence from the night before, but now I knew its name. Lucy, I walked into the living room. She was sitting on the sofa, perfectly still. She wasn't alone. Julian Kane was in my armchair, legs crossed, looking as composed as if he were in his own office. Silas stood by the window, his massive frame blocking the light. Christopher, Kane said, his voice a soft, sharp blade. We were just having a lovely chat with Lucy about the future. Lucy looked at me, her eyes wide with a terror so profound it had passed beyond panic into a kind of numb acceptance. She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of her head. I got the box, I said, my voice rough. Excellent, Kane said. Then you understand the situation, the commitment you've made. It's a profound thing to be part of something larger than oneself. What do you want? I asked. We want you to do your job, he said simply. The Henderson case goes to trial next month. You will win it, and then you will be made a junior partner. Your future here is assured. as is Lucy's safety, her comfort. It was not a suggestion, it was an edict carved in stone. Silas shifted his weight, a small movement that filled the room with menace. "I saw the photographs," I said, the words a choked whisper. "Then you see we are a family that takes care of its own," Kane replied. He stood, smoothing the crease in his trousers. "We'll see ourselves out. Congratulations on your promotion, Christopher. Don't bother seeing us to the door." They left. The silence they left behind was different. It was broken, violated. I rushed to Lucy, pulling her into my arms. She was stiff, unresponsive. "They were here when I got home," she whispered into my shoulder. "He was sitting in your chair. He told me he admired the view. He said it would be a shame if anything happened to it, to me." I held her, my mind racing, a rat in a maze with no exit. The FBI offered a cage of a different kind. Corvus and Kane offered a gilded leash. There was no way out, only a choice of prisons. The trial was a masterclass in legal manipulation. I was brilliant. I was ruthless. I shredded witnesses. I buried the truth under a mountain of procedure and obfuscation. I won. The client, a smug, guilty man, clapped me on the back. My colleagues congratulated me. That night there was a party at Corvus's penthouse. Champagne flowed. I was hailed as the future of the firm. I smiled. I shook hands. I accepted the praise. I was a ghost at my own funeral. In the weeks that followed, I became someone I didn't recognize. I worked the hours. I gave the orders. I learned to look at the forest and ignore the screaming from the trees. I provided Dern with nothing of value, just enough crumbs to keep him hopeful, to keep the lifeline theoretically open. I was playing both sides against a middle that was my own soul. Lucy and I moved into a new apartment, higher up, with a better view. It was paid for with the bonds. We had everything we had ever wanted, and we never spoke of the silence in the old place or the feeling of being watched. We didn't need to. We knew the watchers were still there. They were our family now. One rainy Tuesday, I was working late, alone on my floor. The office was a cathedral of shadows, the only light the green glow of the exit sign and the dim lamp on my desk. I was reviewing a contract, the words a blur of legalese. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't need to turn. I knew it was Silas. "The Henderson client," he said, his voice the same low gravel. "He's become a problem," loose lips. I didn't look up from the contract. What kind of problem? "The kind that needs to be cleaned up permanently. The partners thought you should handle the messaging, a final test of your commitment." My blood ran cold. I finally turned. He was holding a small, unmarked key. It was identical to the one Corvus had given me for the safety deposit box. "This is for a storage locker, Unit 317, out by the old docks. There's a package inside. You're to deliver it to his boat tomorrow night. He's taking a solo trip. It won't be traced." I knew what was in the package: a bomb, a gun, something that would make a problem disappear. This was the line, the one I had been telling myself I would never cross. This was the moment I either became one of them completely or I died. I took the key. It was just as cold as the first one. "I'll take care of it," I said, my voice a stranger's. Silas nodded, a flicker of something that might have been respect in his flat eyes. He turned and left, his footsteps silent on the thick carpet. I sat there for a long time, the key in my hand. I thought about calling Dern. I thought about running. I thought about the look in Lucy's eyes, the life we had built on a foundation of fear. I thought about the dead trees in Oak Creek. I stood up and walked to the window. The city sprawled below, a galaxy of lights, a beautiful, corrupt organism. I was a part of it now. I had my key to the kingdom. I had my gilded cage. I had my family. I opened my hand and looked at the small, cold piece of metal lying in my palm. It was just a key to a storage locker, a key to a safety deposit box, a key to a front door that no longer felt like home. The rain streaked the window, distorting the lights below into long, liquid tears. I closed my fingers around the key, its cold, metallic weight a final, perfect fit in my hand. It was just a key. The drive to the docks was a study in numbness. I followed the directions with a robotic precision, my mind a blank slate. I didn't think about the package. I didn't think about the man on the boat. I thought about the mechanics of the task. Park here, walk there, use the key, retrieve the item, deliver it. Each step was a brick I laid in the wall between myself and the man I used to be. The storage facility was a grim, low-slung building surrounded by chain-link fence and the smell of salt and rust. Unit 317. The key turned with a loud metallic clunk. The rolling door screeched as I lifted it, the sound unnaturally loud in the damp, still air. Inside, the locker was empty except for a single heavy-duty cooler bag, black and nondescript. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I knew its purpose. I placed it in the trunk of my car and drove to the marina. The rain had softened to a fine, cold mist that haloed the dock lights. The boat, a sleek cabin cruiser named Serendipity, was moored at the end of a long pier. I could see a light on in the cabin, a shadow moving behind the curtains. The Henderson client was home. My phone vibrated in my pocket, a text from an unknown number. The dock is clear. He's alone. Make the delivery and leave. Do not linger. They were watching. Of course they were watching. This was the final exam, and they were grading my performance. I walked down the slick wooden planks, the cooler bag heavy in my hand. Each step felt like a lifetime. I reached the boat. The gate was open. I stepped onto the deck, the boat rocking gently under my weight. I could hear music from inside, some classic rock station. I set the bag down just inside the cabin door next to a coiled rope. I didn't look inside. I turned and walked away. I didn't run. I forced myself to walk at a normal pace back down the pier to my car. I got in, started the engine, and drove. I didn't look back. I drove until I was across the river, into the neon glow of the city, and then I pulled over into a dark alley and vomited onto the pavement. The next morning, the news was everywhere. Prominent businessman lost at sea. Suspected accident aboard luxury yacht. The reports mentioned a possible gas leak, an explosion, a fire that burned so hot and fast there was almost nothing left. I was in my new office, the junior partner's corner office with the view I had once coveted. Arthur Corvus came in without knocking. He placed a file on my desk. "The Meridian Global merger," he said. "It's yours. This is a $50 billion deal, Christopher, the biggest in the firm's history. Do not disappoint us." He left. I looked from the file, thick with promise and power, to the cityscape outside my window. I had passed the test. I was now truly one of them. The diamond of my ambition was not just cracked. It had been pulverized, and what remained had been forged into something new, something hard and dark and permanent. That night I went home to Lucy. Our new home was beautiful, silent, and sterile. She was waiting for me in the living room, a glass of wine in her hand. She didn't ask me about my day. She didn't need to. The news was on the television, muted. The burning yacht was on a continuous loop. She looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flicker of the woman I had married, a ghost of the life we had planned. Then it was gone, replaced by the same numb acceptance I saw in the mirror. "It's done," I said. She nodded slowly, taking a sip of her wine. "I ordered from that Italian place you like. It should be here soon." We ate our dinner at the long, polished table, the clink of our cutlery the only sound in the room. We were safe, we were secure, we had everything, we had won. And as I sat there in the crushing silence of our victory, I finally understood the true cost of looking at a forest and seeing only timber. You eventually become just another tree, waiting for the axe. The Italian food tasted of nothing. It was just fuel, consumed in the quiet tomb of our dining room. Afterward, Lucy went to bed without a word. I stayed, staring out the floor-to-ceiling window at the city lights, each one a tiny, distant cell. The phone number was a brand on my mind. I had memorized it the moment Dern gave it to me. I took out my wallet, the leather soft and expensive, another gift from the firm. I slid the plain white card from its slot. It was warm from being carried next to my body. A forest fire, he had said. All I felt was ash. I didn't decide to call. My body simply moved, carrying me to the landline in my study, a secure, firm-provided line that was certainly monitored. It didn't matter anymore. I dialed the number. It rang once. "Hello, Christopher." Dern's voice was calm, unsurprised. "They gave me a job last night," I said, my voice hollow. "A clean-up. I delivered the package." There was a pause on the other end, a rare crack in his professional facade. The Henderson client. "Well, yes. I see," the line hummed with his unspoken judgment. "That changes the calculus for both of us." "I know what I am now," I whispered, the words tasting like grit. "But Lucy, she's just a tree. She doesn't deserve to be burned down with the rest of the forest." "Then it's time," Dern said, his voice low and urgent. "The offer is still good, but the window is closing. Corvus will be consolidating his power now that you're fully initiated. He'll have less reason to keep you around if he thinks you're a liability. You need to get out tonight." How the word was a plea. "Go about your normal routine. Do not pack a bag. Do not take anything but your wallet and the clothes on your back. At exactly 2:05 a.m., a dark blue van will be idling by the service entrance of your building. The driver's name is Leo. Get in. Do not look back. Do not tell your wife until you are in the vehicle and moving. He'll know, Corvus will know the moment we step out the door." "He'll know you're gone," Dern corrected. "But for a few precious hours, he won't know where. That's the time we need. Be ready, Christopher, 2:05. The line went dead. I stood in the study, the receiver buzzing in my hand. I looked at my reflection in the dark window. I didn't see a lawyer or a partner or a criminal. I saw a man about to jump off a cliff, hoping the fall would kill him before the impact did. I went to the bedroom. Lucy was asleep, or pretending to be. I lay down beside her, not touching her, feeling the heat of her body across the inches that felt like a mile. I watched the digital clock on her nightstand, the numbers changing with agonizing slowness. 1:17, 1:43, 2:01. At 2:04 I got up. I didn't put on a jacket. I walked to the door, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I paused, looking back at Lucy in the dim light. I considered waking her, telling her now, but Dern's instructions had been terrifyingly specific. My hand was on the doorknob when her voice cut through the dark, clear and calm. "Where are you going?" I froze. "I can't sleep. I'm going for a walk." She sat up. I could just make out the shape of her face. "You're a terrible liar. It's the one thing about you they never could fix." She threw back the covers. She was fully dressed. "I've had a bag hidden in the laundry room for a week. I was waiting for you to be ready." A sob caught in my throat, a mixture of shame and overwhelming love. "Lucy, Don't," she said, getting out of bed. "Just don't. We can talk about what you did later. Right now, we run." She moved past me, a ghost in the gloom, and retrieved a small, black backpack from the laundry closet. She handed me my wallet from the counter. "Let's go." We didn't take the private elevator. We took the service stairs, our footsteps echoing in the concrete hollow. The lobby was deserted. We slipped out the service entrance into the cold, damp night. The city was quiet. A dark blue van was idling at the curb, exactly as Dern had said. The side door slid open as we approached. A man with a kind, tired face nodded at us. "Leo, get in quickly." We scrambled inside. The van was empty except for 2 benches. The door slid shut with a definitive thud, plunging us into near darkness. As we pulled away from the curb, I dared to look back at our building, a glittering shard of glass and steel piercing the sky. It was no longer our home. It was a monument, a headstone for the people we used to be. Lucy gripped my hand, her fingers laced tightly with mine. We didn't speak. We just watched the city recede through the van's tinted windows, block by block, light by light, until it was just a glow on the horizon, a beautiful, terrible fire we had finally chosen to flee. The van drove for what felt like hours, weaving through the city and then out onto a highway. Leo didn't speak. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the rhythmic slap of the windshield wipers. Lucy eventually rested her head on my shoulder, but I knew she wasn't sleeping. Her body was rigid with a tension that mirrored my own. We exited the highway and navigated a series of increasingly rural roads. Finally, we turned onto a gravel drive, the sound crunching loudly in the pre-dawn quiet. The van stopped in front of a small, dark cabin nestled in a thick grove of trees. "This is it for now," Leo said, cutting the engine. "It's not much, but it's safe. There's food, water, and a change of clothes for each of you. Do not use your phones. Do not leave the cabin. Someone will make contact by noon." He didn't wait for a reply, just got out and opened the side door for us. We stepped out into the cold, damp air. The cabin was a simple wooden structure, smelling of pine and mildew. Leo handed me a single key. "Good luck," he said, and then he was back in the van, the red taillights disappearing back down the gravel drive. Inside the cabin was one room with a small kitchenette, a table, and a bed. It was cold and dark. I found a lantern and switched it on, casting long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. Lucy dropped the backpack on the floor and hugged herself, shivering. "I thought you'd given up," she said, her voice small. "I thought you had chosen them." "I almost did," I admitted, the truth a painful relief. "I delivered that package, Lucy. I am everything they wanted me to be." She looked at me, her eyes glistening in the lantern light. "No," she said, "you're here, that's the difference." We sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the dawn. The forest outside was beginning to wake up, birds tentatively starting their chorus. It was a different kind of forest from the one Corvus had shown me. This one felt alive, not just like timber. A little after 7, there was a soft, precise knock on the door. My heart seized. Lucy's hand found mine. I stood and moved to the door, peering through the small, grimy window. It was Dern. He was alone, dressed in a plain jacket and jeans, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. I unlocked the door and let him in. He looked at the two of us, taking in our rumpled clothes and shell-shocked expressions. "You made it. That's the first step." "What's the next one?" I asked. "The next one is you talk," he said, dropping the duffel bag on the table. "You tell me everything, every name, every deal, every dirty secret you learned at Corvus and Kane. You give me the forest, Christopher, every single tree." He unzipped the bag. Inside was a digital recorder, a stack of legal pads, and a box of pens. It looked like the tools of my old trade, but now they were instruments of salvation or destruction. I looked from the blank pages to Lucy's face, and I knew there was only one choice left. I had to cut down the forest myself, even if I was still standing in the middle of it. I pulled out a chair and sat down. "Where do you want me to start?" I said. Dern sat across from me, his posture relaxed, but his eyes missing nothing. "Start with the bonds," he said, his voice low and steady. "The ones from the safety deposit box. Trace them for me. Who did they originally belong to?" I closed my eyes for a moment, the numbers and names scrolling behind my eyelids like a ticker tape of my own damnation. "Alistair Finch," I began, my voice rough. "He was a competitor. Corvus wanted his shipping lanes. The bonds were a payment from a shell company to a foreign official to get Finch's operation seized on trumped-up charges. Finch hanged himself in his garage a week later." I opened my eyes. Dern was writing on a legal pad, his expression unreadable. Lucy had moved to the small kitchen sink and was pouring a glass of water, her back to us. Her shoulders were tight. "And the official?" Dern asked without looking up. "Minister Vallon," I said. "He's since been removed. Silas handled it. It was made to look like a car accident." The words kept coming. I spoke for hours, my throat growing raw. I named names, described deals, outlined the intricate web of favors, blackmail, and violence that held Corvus and Kane aloft. I told him about the silent partners, the judges on the payroll, the police captains who looked the other way. I gave him the forest, tree by tree. The lantern light faded as the sun rose fully outside, the small cabin growing warm and stuffy with the weight of my confession. When my voice finally gave out, I fell silent, utterly drained. Dern clicked off the recorder. He looked at the stack of filled legal pads, then at me. "This is a good start," he said. "A very good start. It's enough to get you into the program, but it's not enough to bring them down, not yet." "What more do you need?" Lucy asked, turning from the sink. Her face was pale but resolute. "Proof," Dern said. "A witness testimony is powerful, but it's your word against theirs. We need something physical, something that can't be explained away by their army of lawyers." He leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "The safety deposit box key, Christopher. The one Corvus gave you. Do you still have it?" I nodded slowly, reaching for my wallet. The cold, brass key was still there, nestled next to Dern's card. I placed it on the table between us. "That box doesn't just hold bonds for bribes," Dern said. "We have reason to believe it's his personal ledger, a record of every illicit payment, every hidden asset, every silent partner. It's the Rosetta Stone to his entire empire. He gave you the key as a symbol of trust, but he never thought you'd actually use it against him. He thought he owned you." "He did," I whispered. "Not anymore." Dern picked up the key. "This is the final step. We need what's inside that box." A cold dread washed over me. "It's in the main branch of First Mercantile Bank. It's guarded, monitored. I can't just walk in there. They'll be watching for me now." "They will be," Dern agreed, "which is why we're not going to send you." He looked at Lucy. "They'll be looking for a man, a couple. They won't be looking for a woman alone, especially one they believe is still safely locked away in her gilded cage." Lucy didn't even flinch. She just looked at the key in Dern's hand, then at me. "Tell me what to do," she said. The plan was simple and terrifying. She would go back. She would walk into the bank head high and use the key. She would take the contents of the box and walk out. Dern had a team ready to surveil the entire operation, but they couldn't get too close. It had to look like a routine, if privileged, transaction. I argued, I pleaded, but Lucy was immovable. "You carried us this far," she said, her hand on my cheek. "You carried the weight. Let me carry this." An hour later, a different car arrived, a common, forgettable sedan. A female agent was driving. Lucy kissed me, a hard, desperate kiss that felt like a promise and a goodbye. Then she got in the car and was gone. The wait was an agony worse than any I had known at the firm. Dern and I sat in the silent cabin, the recorded evidence of my crimes sitting between us like a third person. Every minute felt like an hour. I imagined 100 different disasters, each ending with Lucy in Silas's hands. Then at 3:17 p.m. the cabin door opened. Lucy walked in, her face flushed, a thick, legal-sized envelope clutched in her hands. She placed it on the table in front of Dern. "It's all there," she said, her voice shaking only slightly. "It's everything you said it would be." Dern didn't open the envelope. He simply nodded, a look of profound satisfaction on his face. "Then it's over for them." He stood up. "Pack your things. We're moving you. It's time to disappear." As he stepped outside to make a call, I pulled Lucy into my arms, holding her as if she were the only solid thing in a dissolving world. She buried her face in my shoulder. "The bank manager," she murmured. "He was so polite. He asked how you were. I told him you were busy closing the Meridian deal. He just smiled and said to give you his best." We stood there in that shabby, safe little cabin, and for the first time in a very long time, I didn't feel like a ghost. I felt the terrifying, exhilarating weight of being alive. The axe had fallen, but we had jumped out of the way. Now we had to run and never look back. The new car was a gray minivan, the kind that blended into every suburban landscape in America. The driver was a different man, younger and with a military bearing. He didn't give his name. Dern handed him the duffel bag containing the ledger and my testimony. "This is where we part ways," Dern said to us. "They'll get you settled. New names, new histories, a new life. It won't be the one you're used to, but it will be yours." "Will it be enough?" I asked. "The ledger, my statement, will it put Corvus away?" Dern gave me a long, measured look. "It will cause him significant inconvenience. It will damage his empire. But men like Arthur Corvus have a way of weathering storms. The goal was never to destroy him. The goal was to set you free. Remember that." It was a cold comfort, but it was the only one we were going to get. We got into the minivan. As we pulled away, I watched Dern through the window. He stood alone in front of the cabin, a solitary figure who had just burned down a significant part of his own career to help us. Then he turned and walked into the trees and was gone. We drove for 2 days, stopping only for gas and food at quiet, out-of-the-way places. We slept in the van, curled together on the bench seat. We didn't talk much. There was too much to say, and no words felt adequate. The silence between us was no longer sterile or heavy. It was a shared burden, a quiet understanding of the chasm we had crossed. On the 3rd day, we reached a small town in the Pacific Northwest, a place of rain-slicked streets and towering evergreens. The driver took us to a modest, 2-story house on a street lined with identical homes. The key was under the mat. "Your documents are on the kitchen table," the driver said. "Memorize them, burn the old ones, good luck." And then he too was gone. We walked into the house. It was furnished, blandly but completely. It smelled of lemon cleaner and fresh paint. On the kitchen table was a manila envelope. Inside were driver's licenses, social security cards, birth certificates. I was now Mark Evans. Lucy was Sarah. We were from Boise, and we had moved here for the clean air and the quiet. Lucy picked up her new license, studying the picture. It was her, but not her. The eyes were the same, but the name was a stranger's. "That night," she said, her voice soft. "The night of the party on the yacht, I knew something was wrong. I saw the way Silas looked at you. I knew you had crossed a line, and I was so afraid you would never find your way back." I went to her, taking her hands in mine. They were cold. "I'm sorry," I said, the words utterly insufficient, "for all of it, for dragging you into this." "You didn't drag me," she said, looking up at me. "I was already in it. I was just waiting for you to see it too." She managed a small, fragile smile. "Mark and Sarah Evans, what do you think they do for a living?" "I think Mark is a freelance bookkeeper," I said, the cover story coming back to me. "And Sarah is a librarian." She nodded slowly, taking it in. "A librarian, I think I could like that." We spent the day unpacking the few things that had been provided for us, learning the contours of our new, small world. As evening fell, I built a fire in the fireplace. We sat on the floor, watching the flames, the light dancing on our unfamiliar walls. It was then, in the quiet crackle of the fire, that I felt the first real tremor of fear for the future. Not the sharp, immediate fear of Silas's knife or Corvus's wrath, but a slow, creeping dread. The fear of a life lived in the shadows, of always looking over our shoulders, of jumping at every knock on the door. We had escaped the forest, but we were now living in its long, cold shadow. We had traded one prison for another. The walls were just harder to see. The first month was the hardest. Every creak of the house settling, every car that slowed on our street, every wrong number phone call was a fresh jolt of terror. I jumped at my own reflection in a shop window. We stuck to our stories, rehearsing the details of our fabricated pasts until they started to feel like half-remembered dreams. Mark Evans liked oat milk in his coffee and had a mild allergy to penicillin. Sarah Evans preferred rainy days to sunny ones and had a scar on her knee from a childhood bicycle accident. I found a small, windowless office above a hardware store that needed a part-time bookkeeper. The work was simple, mind-numbing, and exactly what I needed. Lucy, no, Sarah, started volunteering at the local library, shelving books and helping with the children's reading hour. The normalcy was a suit that didn't fit, itchy and constricting, but we wore it every day. We didn't talk about the past. It was a ghost in our new house, a presence we both acknowledged by never mentioning it. We talked about the weather, the price of groceries, the novel Sarah was reading. We were polite, careful, and heartbreakingly distant. The shared trauma that had bound us together in the cabin now seemed to be a wall between us. We were two survivors clinging to the same piece of wreckage, but we were too exhausted to speak. Then one Tuesday evening in the grocery store, everything shifted. I was reaching for a box of pasta when I saw him. He was 2 aisles over, a tall man in a dark coat, his back to me. The set of his shoulders, the way his head was tilted, it was all wrong. It wasn't Sela's, it couldn't be, but my body didn't know the difference. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, caged bird. The world narrowed to a tunnel. I couldn't breathe. A hand touched my arm. I flinched violently, almost dropping the box. "Mark," it was Sarah. Her eyes were wide with alarm. "Mark, what is it?" I couldn't form words. I just stared, frozen, at the man in the coat who was now examining a jar of tomato sauce. He turned. He was in his 60s, with a kind, wrinkled face and a bushy white mustache, a complete stranger. The fear didn't recede. It collapsed inward, leaving a hollow, shaking exhaustion. I leaned against the cart, my head bowed. "Let's go home," Sarah said softly. She didn't ask again. She just took the pasta from my limp hand, placed it in the cart, and steered us toward the checkout. At home, she didn't turn on the lights. She led me to the sofa and sat beside me in the dark. The only sound was my ragged breathing slowly returning to normal. "I see them too," she whispered into the gloom. "Every day I see Sela's in the postman. I see Arthur Corvus in the man who runs the diner. I jump when the furnace kicks on." She took my hand. It was the first time we had truly touched in weeks. "We're not safe, are we? We're just waiting." Her honesty was a key, unlocking the terrible, silent fear I had been carrying. "No," I said, my voice thick. "We're not safe. We might never be safe." We sat in the dark for a long time, holding hands, not as Mark and Sarah, but as Christopher and Lucy, two people who had lost everything but each other. The ghost was finally in the room with us, and by acknowledging it, its power began to fade just a little. The fight wasn't over. It had just changed shape. It was no longer about running from a monster, but about learning to live with the fear of it. And we would have to learn together. The next morning, the gray light of dawn felt different. It didn't promise safety, but it did promise another day, and that was something we would face together. Lucy made coffee, and I watched her move around the kitchen, no longer playing the part of Sarah, but simply being herself in this strange, borrowed space. The careful distance between us had dissolved in the darkness of the previous night, replaced by a weary, determined solidarity. A few days later, a plain, padded envelope arrived in the mail with no return address. Inside was a single, folded newspaper clipping. It was from the financial section of a major paper I hadn't seen in months. The headline was vague but telling: "Corvus and Kane under scrutiny in widespread probe." The article was light on details, citing unnamed sources and ongoing investigations, but it mentioned the sudden, unexpected resignation of a senior partner and the opening of several sealed indictments. There was no note, but the message was clear. Dern was letting us know the first dominoes had fallen. It wasn't the end, but it was a beginning. Lucy read it over my shoulder, her hand resting on my arm. "It's something," she said. "It's something," I agreed. We didn't celebrate. There was no joy in the downfall, only a grim acknowledgement that the world we had left was changing, rippling with the consequences of our actions. We burned the clipping in the fireplace, watching the words Corvus and Kane blacken and curl into ash. Life in our small town began to take on a real shape, its colors becoming more saturated, its sounds more distinct. The terror receded from a constant scream to a low hum, a background noise we learned to live with. I started taking on more clients at the bookkeeping office, losing myself in columns of numbers that were clean and honest. Lucy was offered a paid position at the library, a small thing, but it made her smile in a way I hadn't seen in years. One Saturday we drove to the coast. We stood on a windswept beach, watching the relentless crash of the Pacific against the rocks. The air was sharp with salt and the scent of decaying kelp. It was vast and chaotic and beautiful. "I don't know if we'll ever be free of it," Lucy said, her voice carried away by the wind. "But we're here, we're alive." I took her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. The future was still a frightening, uncertain thing, a path shrouded in fog. But we were no longer two separate, frightened people walking it alone. We were a unit, forged in betrayal and fear and tempered by a fragile, hard-won hope. The past was a ghost, and the present was a gift, and the future was a challenge we would face one day at a time together, for as long as we had. Story 2. The light from the single bulb above the sink was a dying thing. It flickered, a slow, arrhythmic pulse that made the shadows in my small kitchen swell and recede like a tired tide. Each time the light guttered, the shape of the chair in the corner seemed to shift, its high back for a moment resembling something else, something standing and watching. I pressed my palms flat against the cool enamel of the sink, letting the solidity of it ground me. The house was too quiet. It was always too quiet now, a silence that had weight and texture, like dust settling on a closed coffin. I could still smell the faint, metallic tang of the city that clung to my clothes, a perfume of exhaust and effort, but underneath it something else lingered, a ghost of gardenias, autumn-esque scent. It was the smell of my own failure. They say the Depression stole men's souls, but I think it just showed them the door. Corey didn't so much leave as evaporate one Tuesday in 31, his departure as insubstantial as the last of our savings. He left behind the scent of cheap gin and a note that said, "I can watch it happen to you." He meant the poverty, the slow grinding down of spirit. He didn't have the stomach for it. I had no such luxury. I had 2 daughters. Autumn, already blooming with a cruel kind of beauty at 14, her eyes holding a cold appraisal that chilled me, and Angelica, my little one, just 8, a wisp of a child who still believed in the kindness of whispers. The flickering light finally gave out with a soft pop, plunging the room into a deep blue gloom. I did not move. I stood in the darkness, and it felt like an old coat, worn thin in places but familiar. This was the truth of my life now. Not the woman I had become, the one they wrote about in the business pages of the Chronicle. Kristen Croft, founder of Pacific Finery, a testament to feminine resilience. That woman was a suit of armor I put on every morning. The woman in the dark kitchen, her hands raw from 1,000 different tasks, that was the real thing. And that woman knew that the war wasn't over. It had just moved inside the house. I built Pacific Finery from a single, desperate idea. I saw the wives of the men who still had money, their hems frayed but their pride intact, and I knew they needed a way to pretend. I started in my living room, taking apart my own last good dress, remaking it, selling the illusion of elegance. I had an eye for line, a feel for fabric. Galileo found me. He was a distributor of textiles, a man with olive skin and eyes that held the warm, deceptive calm of a Mediterranean sea. He saw the hustle in me, the raw, untamed engine of my will. He provided me with materials on credit when no one else would, and in return I gave him a percentage and eventually a share of my bed. It was not love, not the kind I'd once dreamed of. It was a transaction of warmth, a mutual agreement against the cold of the world. He was a solid presence in the shifting sands of my life, but I never let him forget that the business was mine. I had forged it in the fire of my own necessity. The money came slow at first, then a torrent. We moved from the cramped apartment to a tall, narrow house on Russian Hill, with windows that looked out over the bay. I gave my girls everything I never had: pretty clothes, a good school, the unshakable foundation of security. For Angelica, it was a wonder. She would arrange her dolls in the bay window, telling them stories of ships coming in, her voice a soft melody against the rumble of the city. She was the only soft thing in my life, her love a simple, unasked-for gift. For Autumn, it was never enough. My success was not a foundation for her, but a cage. The more I provided, the more she seemed to resent the providing. She took the education I paid for and used it to sharpen her tongue. She wore the clothes I bought with a disdainful air, as if the very fabric were a reminder of her indebtedness. Her ambition was a cold, bright flame, and it burned for only one thing: to eclipse me. She didn't want the business. She wanted the throne. "You look tired, mother," she'd say, her voice smooth as polished stone. She'd be lounging on the divan, a fashion magazine in her lap, but her eyes would be on me, calculating. "The new line is draining you. Perhaps you should delegate more to someone with fresher ideas." I would just look at her, this creature of my own making, this beautiful, venomous child. I could see Corias' weakness in the set of her mouth when she was thwarted, but the ruthlessness was all her own. It was a silent war, fought with glances and silences and the careful placement of words. Every family dinner was a battlefield, the clink of silverware against china like the sounding of swords. Galileo tried to play the peacemaker. "She is young, Kristen," he'd murmur in the dark of our bedroom, his hand on my shoulder. "She sees what you have built, and she wants her own life. It is the way of things." "You don't understand," I'd whisper back, the words tight in my throat. "It is not about having her own life. It is about taking mine." The turning point, the moment the Cold War turned hot, was Angelica. She was 17, a gentle soul in a world that had no use for gentleness. She had started painting quiet watercolors of the sea and the sky. She was the one piece of my life that remained untainted by the struggle, the one thing that was purely, beautifully mine. Autumn saw that. She always saw the cracks. It was Autumn who introduced Angelica to that boy, a slick-haired friend of one of her own suitors. He had the look of a gambler, all fast talk and slow eyes. I forbade it. I laid down the law in a way I never had before, my voice trembling with a fear I couldn't name. Autumn just smiled, a small, secretive thing. "Don't be so provincial, mother. It is just a bit of fun." 2 months later, Angelica came to me, her face streaked with tears, her small body shaking. She was with child. The boy was gone, vanished back into the city's fog. The world collapsed in on itself, shrinking to the space of her bedroom, to the sound of her ragged sobs. I held her, rocking her, my own tears falling into her hair. I promised her it would be all right. I would make it all right. It was the one promise I had always kept. I found them in the parlor, Autumn and Galileo, speaking in low, urgent tones. They fell silent when I entered. Galileo would not meet my eyes. "She needs to go away," Autumn said, her voice crisp and practical. "There is a place in Nevada, quiet, discreet. She can have the child and we can arrange an adoption. No one ever needs to know." I stared at her, this stranger who shared my blood. "She is not a problem to be disposed of. She is your sister." "Precisely why we need to handle this correctly," Autumn replied, her gaze cool. "A scandal would be bad for the business, for all of us. You've worked too hard to let a little mistake ruin everything." It was the way she said mistake, as if Angelica's heart, her very life, were a clerical error. I looked at Galileo. His silence was a confirmation. He was siding with her with the cold logic of preservation. In that moment, I saw the alliance that had formed in my own house. The practical man and the ambitious daughter, united against the sentimental mother. I took Angelica away myself, not to Nevada, but to a small, clean cottage in Sausalito with a view of the water. I told everyone she was unwell, a lingering fever, and needed rest. I hired a private nurse, a stern, capable woman named Mrs. Higgins, and I visited every day. Angelica's spirit was broken. She would sit for hours, staring at the water, her hands resting on her swelling belly. She rarely spoke. The light in her had gone out. The day she went into labor, the fog was so thick it smothered the world. The nurse sent for me, and I drove across the bridge, the world a ghostly white tunnel. The doctor was already there, his face grim. It was a difficult birth. There were complications. I sat outside her room, listening to her whimpers turn into silence, and I felt a coldness seep into my bones that had nothing to do with the fog. When the doctor emerged, he removed his glasses and wiped them slowly on his handkerchief. "I am sorry, Mrs. Croft," he said. "We did everything we could." Angelica was gone. The baby, a little girl, was frail but alive. I walked into the room. The air was thick with the smell of blood and antiseptic. Angelica lay on the bed, her face pale and impossibly peaceful, a wisp of the child she had always been. I knelt beside her and pressed my forehead against her cold hand. The war was over. I had lost. The funeral was a small, quiet affair. Autumn wore black, a stunning, severe dress that drew every eye. She was the picture of grieving dignity. She held my arm, her grip firm, possessive. Galileo stood on my other side, a solid, silent pillar. I said nothing. I felt nothing. The world had gone mute. We returned to the house on Russian Hill. The silence was different now. It was absolute, final. Autumn took over the running of the household with a brisk efficiency. She began to involve herself in the business, sitting in my chair at the office, making suggestions that sounded like commands. Galileo deferred to her. He looked at me with a new kind of pity, the kind reserved for the defeated. I spent my days in Angelica's room. It was exactly as she had left it. Her watercolors were still on the easel, a half-finished seascape. The scent of her, of soap and innocence, still clung to the pillows. I would sit in her chair by the window and watch the fog roll in, and I would think about the flickering light in my old kitchen. I had fought so hard to get out of that darkness, only to find a deeper, more profound dark waiting for me here. One evening, Autumn came to me. She held a stack of papers. "The board agrees, Mother," she said, her voice soft but unyielding. "It's for the best. You need to rest. The stress after what happened to Angelica has taken its toll. I'll be taking over as CEO. You'll remain as a figurehead, of course, for the sake of the brand." I looked at her, I looked at the woman she had become, this magnificent, monstrous creation of my own ambition and neglect. I had built an empire to secure her future, and in doing so, I had hollowed her out, filled her with nothing but a hunger for what I had. I had sacrificed my gentle child on the altar of this ruthless one. I did not fight, I signed the papers. My hand did not tremble. That was 6 months ago. Life has returned to a kind of normal, a quiet normal. Autumn is the brilliant, young face of Pacific finery. She has moved her own things into my old office. Galileo is still there, her loyal lieutenant. He and I rarely speak. The few times we are in the same room, the air is thick with the ghosts of our choices. I live in the house on Russian Hill. It is my home and my tomb. Most days I sit in the parlor or in Angelica's room. I have my meals brought to me on a tray. Sometimes in the evenings, Autumn will join me. She will talk about the business, about her plans, her successes. She speaks to me as one would speak to a cherished elder with a patronizing kindness. She has won. She has everything. Tonight she sits across from me, sipping a glass of sherry. The fire crackles in the hearth. She is telling me about a new shipment of silk, the finest quality. Her voice is a smooth, confident hum. I watch her, the way the firelight plays on the planes of her face, and I think about the little girl she once was, before the world got its claws into her, before I did. She finishes her sherry and stands, smoothing her dress. She walks over to me and places a cool, dry kiss on my forehead. "Good night, Mother," she says. "Good night, Autumn," I whisper. She leaves the room and I am alone again with the silence and the fire. I look towards the hallway where the shadows are deep and long, and I smile. It is a small, private thing, a movement of muscles that feels foreign on my face. You see, the nurse, Mrs. Higgins, she came to see me last week. She needed a reference for a new position. We had a nice long chat, and she told me something interesting. She told me that in the final, frantic hours of Angelica's labor, when the doctor was busy and the world was chaos, Autumn had come to the cottage. She had insisted on seeing her sister. She was alone with her for just a few minutes. Mrs. Higgins said she thought nothing of it at the time. A sister's love, she assumed. I lean back in my chair, the warmth of the fire seeping into my bones. The war is not over. It has just changed its shape. I pick up the small, silver-framed photograph of Angelica I keep on the table beside me. I trace the outline of her sweet, smiling face with my finger. I have all the time in the world now. And a grandmother has a sacred duty to her only living granddaughter, the child my daughter gave her life to bring into this world, a child who will need protection. A child who will need guidance. A child who will need to know the truth about her aunt. The fire pops and hisses, a comfortable sound. Outside, the fog is beginning to gather, ready to swallow the city whole. I sit in the quiet waiting. The light is steady now. It does not flicker. The silence in the room was no longer empty. It was full of purpose. The knowledge was a seed, small and hard and black, planted deep in the barren soil of my grief. Now it needed only patience to grow. I began with small things, a request to see my granddaughter. At first, Autumn refused, citing the child's delicate health, the disruption to her routine. Her name was Clara. I let the name sit on my tongue, a secret sweetness. I did not press. I simply asked again, a week later, with the same quiet deference, persistence, not pressure. I was a ghost in my own house, and ghosts are patient. On the third request, she relented. She brought the child herself, holding her like a shield. Clara was a tiny thing with wisps of pale hair and eyes the color of a winter sky, Angelica's eyes. She did not cry. She looked at me with a solemn, ancient calm. Autumn watched us, her posture rigid, her gaze sharp as a scalpel. I did not reach for the baby. I only looked and let a single, perfect tear trace a path down my cheek. A grandmother's natural sorrow. She could not fault me for it. She has her mother's eyes, I whispered. Autumn's lips tightened. She is strong. She will be fine. That was the key. She needed to believe that my spirit was broken, that my only remaining emotion was a manageable, melancholic love. I let her believe it. I played my part perfectly. The grieving mother, the doting, harmless grandmother. My next move was through Galileo. I found him alone in the library one evening, staring into a glass of amber whiskey. He looked older. The success he had helped Autumn secure had etched new lines on his face. She is pushing out the old suppliers, he said without looking at me. His voice was heavy. The ones who were loyal to you. She says their methods are outdated. She is modernizing, I replied, my tone neutral, soft. It is the way of things. You told me that yourself once. He finally turned to look at me, his eyes searching my face for a trace of bitterness. He found only a placid acceptance. She is reckless, Kristen. She sees numbers, not people. The business, it was built on relationships. It was, I agreed gently, but it is hers to run now. I let a moment of silence hang between us, a silence that acknowledged everything we did not say. Then I added, she is lucky to have you, Galileo, your steady hand. You are the only one she might still listen to. It was a subtle thing, a tiny splinter of doubt and flattery, inserted with surgical precision. I saw it land in the slight widening of his eyes, the almost imperceptible nod. He was already questioning his alliance. I just needed to help the questions along. I began to take small, daily walks in the garden. It was a habit I presented as Dr. S. orders for my constitution. The fresh air, the quiet, I made a point of being seen there, a frail figure wrapped in a shawl, tending to the roses Angelica had loved. It was from the garden that I saw her the new maid, a young Irish girl with frightened eyes and quick, nervous hands. I saw the way Autumn spoke to her, the sharp, dismissive tone that cut the girl to the quick. I saw the girl flinch. One afternoon, I contrived to be in the pantry when she was fetching tea. I stumbled, a faint, dizzy spell, and she was there to catch my arm. "Oh, ma am, are you all right?" Her voice was laced with genuine concern. Yes, my dear, thank you, just a little light-headed." I patted her hand, letting my own hand tremble slightly. "You are so kind. It is a rarity in this house these days." Her eyes darted towards the door, then back to me, filled with a sudden, sympathetic understanding. "It's no trouble, ma am." "What is your name, child?" "Bridget, ma am." "A good name," I said, smiling a frail, grateful smile. "A strong name." It was a beginning, a single, loyal ear, a source of information. I learned of Autumn's moods, her comings and goings, the names of the new, brash young men from the bank who came to dine. I learned that she had moved Clara's nursery to the opposite wing of the house, far from my rooms. And through Bridget I began to send messages, carefully worded, harmless-seeming notes to Mrs. Higgins, asking after her health, enclosing a little money for her trouble. I rekindled the connection, building a bridge made of gratitude and shared, unspoken knowledge. The final piece came on a rainy Tuesday. Autumn was away at a late meeting. Galileo was at his club. The house was silent, save for the patter of rain against the windows. I made my way to the small study that had once been my own, a room Autumn now used only for storing old files. I knew what I was looking for, the old ledgers from the early days. My handwriting filled them, a testament to every struggle, every triumph. I found it tucked inside the ledger for 1935. A single, folded sheet of paper, the ink slightly faded. It was the original partnership agreement between myself and Galileo, the one that stated in unequivocal terms that in the event of my incapacitation or death, my controlling share of the company would not pass to Autumn, but would be held in a trust for my daughters and their daughters after them. I had insisted on it a lifetime ago, driven by a fear I could not then name. Galileo had signed it. He had probably forgotten it existed. I folded the paper and slipped it into the pocket of my dressing gown. It was not a weapon, not yet. It was a key. A key to a cage I had built long ago, never imagining I would be the one to need its lock. Back in my chair by the fire, I listened to the rain. I thought of Clara sleeping in her nursery. I thought of Angelica, her life stolen not just by a difficult birth, but by a sister's calculated cruelty. The seed of knowledge had taken root. It was a strong, dark vine now, coiling around my heart, giving it a new, fierce purpose. Autumn thought she had taken everything from me, but she had left me with the most dangerous thing of all, nothing left to lose, and a reason to win. The fire burned steady in the grate, and for the first time since the light went out in my old kitchen, I felt truly, completely awake. The rain softened to a drizzle, then ceased. The silence in the house was a canvas waiting for a brushstroke. I heard the front door open and close, the crisp, confident sound of Autumn's heels on the marble floor. She did not come to check on me. I heard her go straight upstairs to her wing of the house, to the room that had been mine. The sound was a confirmation, a rhythm now as familiar as my own heartbeat. The next morning I asked Bridget if she would be so kind as to post a letter for me. It was a simple note to my lawyer, an old, discreet man named Mr. Albright who had handled my affairs since the beginning. The note itself was innocuous, a query about a minor, long-forgotten investment, but the act of sending it using this new, quiet channel was a rehearsal. I watched Bridget take the envelope, her fingers careful and respectful. She did not ask questions. Her loyalty was a quiet, growing thing, nurtured by small kindnesses and the shared language of the overlooked. A week later, Galileo asked to see me. He found me in the garden where I was pruning the rose bushes, my hands buried in the thick, thorny stems. "She wants to sell the shipping division," he said without preamble. His face was pale, his usual composure cracked. "To the Japanese conglomerate. She says the offer is too good to refuse." The shipping division was the heart of the company. It was the first part I had built, the foundation upon which everything else stood. It was also Galileo's domain, his life's work. "I see," I said, snipping a dead bloom. "And what do you think?" "I think it is madness," he burst out, his voice low and vehement. "It is a betrayal of everything we built. It is for a quick profit, a flashy headline. She does not understand the soul of the business." I looked at him, really looked at him. The proud, practical man was frightened. He had helped create this monster, and now he could not control it. "You are on the board, Galileo," I said softly. "You have a voice." "My voice is one among many now." She has stacked it with her own people, young men who see only spreadsheets. He ran a hand through his hair. "She listens to no one." I placed my shears in the basket and turned to face him fully. The morning sun was weak, but it caught the silver in my hair. "A board vote can be challenged," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "if there is a question of procedure or of underlying ownership." He stared at me, his eyes narrowing. The shrewd businessman was reawakening, pushing past the panic. "The ownership is clear. You signed everything over to her." Did I asked. I held his gaze for a long moment, then I turned and picked up my basket. The past has a long memory, Galileo. Sometimes we forget what we have written in our own history. I left him standing there among the roses, the seed of a new idea taking root in the fertile soil of his desperation. I did not need to say more. He was a man who understood leverage. He would go looking for it, and when he did, he would find the trail I had left for him. That evening I did not wait for Autumn in the parlor. I went to the nursery. It was on the far side of the house, as Bridget had said, a room decorated in the latest style, cold and modern. A young nurse I did not recognize was knitting in a chair. She stood up, startled. "It's all right," I said, my voice gentle. "I am Mrs. Croft, Clara S. grandmother. I would like to sit with her for a while." The nurse hesitated, then nodded, retreating to a corner. I walked to the crib. Clara was awake, her winter sky eyes open and calm. She looked at me and she did not look away. I reached down and very carefully I picked her up. She was light as a whisper. I settled into the rocking chair, cradling her against my chest. I began to hum, an old, wordless lullaby I had sung to both my daughters in a different life, in a kitchen that was always warm. I felt her small body relax against mine. Her breath was soft and even on my neck. I looked down at her face, at the perfect, helpless trust in it, and I knew a clarity more sharp than any pain. This was not about revenge, not entirely. It was about legacy. It was about ensuring that the world contained one person who was not made of sharp edges and cold ambition, one person who belonged to Angelica. The door opened. Autumn stood there, silhouetted against the hall light. She did not speak for a moment, her form rigid with surprise, then with a swift, controlled anger. "Mother," she said, her voice like chilled steel. "What are you doing? You know the doctor said her routine is not to be disturbed." I did not stop rocking. I did not look up from Clara's face. "She is not disturbed," I murmured. "She is at peace." "Give her to the nurse," Autumn commanded. It was the voice she used in the boardroom. Slowly I lifted my head. I met my daughter's gaze across the room. The air grew still and heavy. The young nurse held her breath. "No," I said. The word was quiet, but it was absolute. It hung in the space between us, a line drawn in the sand. I saw the shock in Autumn's eyes, quickly masked by a cold, calculating fury. She took a single step into the room. "I said, give her to the nurse." I held Clara a little closer. The child stirred but did not wake. My smile was a small, private thing just for Autumn. "She is my granddaughter," I said, "and this is my house. You may run the company, Autumn, but you do not run me, not anymore." For the first time in years, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She was facing something she had not accounted for, something her ledgers and business plans could not quantify, a mother who had found a reason to stand her ground. The balance of power had not shifted, not yet, but the board had been set anew. The game had finally, truly begun. She stood there for a long moment, her eyes locked with mine. I could see the calculations whirring behind them, the reassessment of the terrain. She had mistaken my silence for surrender, my grief for defeat. She saw now that it had been a regrouping. Without another word, she turned and left, her footsteps precise and sharp on the hardwood floor. The sound was a promise of a future confrontation. I did not move. I continued to rock Clara, the rhythm steady and sure. The nurse in the corner was a statue, afraid to draw attention to herself. I hummed until the baby was in a deep sleep, and only then did I carefully place her back in her crib. I tucked the blanket around her tiny shoulders, my fingers lingering on the soft wool. "She is a beautiful child," I said to the nurse, my voice warm and grandmotherly. "You will take excellent care of her." It was not a request. The nurse nodded, her eyes wide. Back in my rooms, I did not feel tired. I felt electrified. The simple act of defiance had coursed through my veins like a drug. I went to the small escritoire and took out a fresh sheet of paper. I penned a second letter to Mr. Albright, this one more direct. I asked him to quietly pull the records for the corporate trust established in 1935. I told him I was considering a review of my estate planning for the benefit of my granddaughter. It was a plausible, logical next step for a woman in my position. It would not alarm him, but it would set the wheels in motion. A few days later, Galileo requested a meeting with me in the library. He arrived with a portfolio under his arm and a new, grim determination in his stance. "I have been reviewing the old bylaws," he began, his voice low, "the ones you and I drafted." "A useful exercise, I am sure," I replied, pouring him a brandy from the decanter. I did not take one for myself. "There is a clause," he continued, accepting the glass but not drinking from it, "regarding the composition of the board. A majority of the founding partners must approve any sale of assets constituting more than 51% of the company's value." "I believe that is correct," I said, "a safeguard against rash decisions." "The partnership was dissolved when you transferred your shares," he said, watching me. "Was it?" I asked mildly. "The legal entity, perhaps, but the founding partners are still you and I, Galileo. The clause does not specify that we must hold shares, only that we are the founding partners. A curious oversight, isn't it?" He stared at me, and I saw the moment he understood. He had been looking for a weapon, and I had just handed him the blueprint. His alliance with Autumn had been a marriage of convenience, but his loyalty to the company, to the empire we had built with our own hands, was the core of him. She was threatening to dismantle it for parts. "She will fight it," he said quietly. "Of course she will," I replied, "but a public legal battle over the legitimacy of a board vote, it would spook the very investors she is trying to impress. It would cast a shadow over her leadership. It is a messy, unprofitable business." He finally took a sip of the brandy. "What do you want, Kristen?" "I want my granddaughter," I said, the words simple and stark. "I want her safe from the poison of ambition. I want her to know her mother's story. And I want this company to be her legacy, not a trophy to be sold off to the highest bidder." He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting to the fire. He was a practical man. He saw the path I was laying out. It was a path that protected the company and, not incidentally, restored his own influence. It also required dethroning the queen he had helped crown. "The trust agreement," he said after a long silence, "the one for your daughters, if it were to be invoked. It would place controlling interest in the hands of a trustee until Clara comes of age," I finished. "A trustee who would, naturally, rely heavily on the counsel of the company's most experienced executive." Our eyes met. The pact was sealed, not with a handshake, but with a shared, cold understanding. We were gardeners, the two of us, preparing to uproot a beautiful, ruthless weed that was strangling everything in its path. That night, when Autumn came for her usual sherry, I was waiting for her. The fire was lit, and the house was quiet. She did not speak of the nursery. She spoke of the Japanese deal, her words clipped and enthusiastic. She talked of expansion, of a new era. I listened, nodding occasionally, my face a mask of placid interest. I watched the firelight dance in her dark hair, and I thought of the little girl who used to beg me for one more story before bed. That girl was gone, buried beneath the sleek, impenetrable surface of the woman before me. When she finished, she stood to leave. She did not come to kiss my forehead. "Good night, Mother," she said from the doorway. "Good night, my dear," I replied. I sat alone as the fire burned down to embers. The fight was coming. It would be ugly and it would be brutal. But for the first time since I had signed those papers, I felt the ground firm beneath my feet. I was no longer a ghost in a tomb. I was a general in her own house, preparing for a war she intended to win. For Angelica, for Clara. The quiet was no longer a silence of defeat. It was the calm before the storm. The storm broke not with a clap of thunder, but with a letter. It arrived for me 3 days later, delivered not by Bridget, but by a stiff-backed young man from Mr. Albright's firm. Autumn intercepted it in the foyer, her voice a sharp query that carried up the staircase. I remained in my chair, listening. I heard the young man's polite, unyielding reply. "For Mrs. Croft's eyes only, madam, direct instructions." She brought it to me herself. She held the envelope between two fingers as if it were contaminated. "It seems your lawyer is corresponding directly with you now," she said, her tone dangerously light. "A woman must manage her own affairs, even in her dotage," I replied, taking the letter. I made no move to open it. I simply placed it on the table beside me. Her eyes bored into the sealed envelope, then into me. "I hope you are not entertaining any foolish notions, Mother. Any legal confusion would be detrimental to the company, to Clara's future." "Confusion is often the result of clarity arriving too late," I said, picking up my book. "Thank you for bringing my mail." She left, and I waited a full 10 minutes before I broke the seal. Mr. Albright's letter was a masterpiece of legal discretion, but its meaning was clear. He had located the trust documents. He confirmed their validity. He noted with careful emphasis that the terms were unusually robust and would require a formal, documented relinquishment of my rights to be dissolved, something that, upon review of his files, he could not locate. He ended by offering his full services in any matter of estate planning I should require. I committed the letter to the fire. The evidence was safer in my mind than on paper. The next week was a silent chess game. Galileo, armed with the bylaw argument, began to slow-walk the sale of the shipping division, raising procedural questions in board memos. Autumn's frustration was a palpable heat she brought into every room. She spent more time on the telephone, her voice a low, urgent murmur behind closed doors. I knew she was shoring up her support, calling in favors, threatening and cajoling. I continued my walks. I visited Clara daily. The nurse, now thoroughly cowed by the unspoken war, no longer questioned my presence. I would sit and tell the baby stories about her mother. I described Angelica's laugh, her love of wildflowers, the way she could never keep her room tidy. I was building a memory for Clara, a foundation of love that her aunt could never tear down. The final move came from an unexpected direction. Bridget came to me one afternoon, her face pale. "Ma'am," she whispered, "I was dusting the study, and I heard Mrs. Croft, the younger Mrs. Croft, on the telephone. She was talking about a doctor, a specialist from Switzerland. She said something about needing a clean certificate of incompetence for the board." The air left my lungs. It was more brutal than I had anticipated. She wasn't just going to fight me legally, she was going to erase me. A declaration of mental incompetence would nullify everything: the trust, my will, my very voice. I would be packed away to a sanitarium, and Clara would be wholly, irrevocably hers. I took Bridget's hand. It was ice cold. "You have been so brave, my dear, thank you." That evening I did not go to the parlor. I went to Galileo's private study, a room he had kept since the beginning, filled with the scent of old leather and cigars. I knocked and entered without waiting. He was at his desk, staring at a financial report, but his eyes were unfocused. "We are out of time," I said, closing the door behind me. He looked up, startled, then weary. "She is forcing a board vote on the sale next Thursday. She has the numbers. She also has a plan to have me declared incompetent," I said flatly. The color drained from his face. "She would not." "She would, and she is." I walked to his desk and placed my hands on it, leaning forward. "We have to move first, Galileo. Tomorrow, you will call an emergency meeting of the founding partners. Just you and I, we will vote to nullify the board's authority to approve the sale based on the bylaw clause. It's a technicality. Her lawyers will tie it up in court for years." "Let them," I said. "The scandal will be immediate. The news that the company's new CEO is trying to sell its core asset against the wishes of its founders and is simultaneously attempting to have her own mother declared insane. No investor will touch that. The stock will plummet. Her support on the board will evaporate. They are loyal to profit, not to her. He saw the brutal logic of it. It was a preemptive strike that would burn the field for everyone, but it was the only way to stop her. And then after the fire, he asked quietly. After, I said, straightening up, we rebuild with a proper trustee, with Clara's future secured. He gave a single, grim nod. Tomorrow, then. I left him there. As I walked back through the quiet house, I felt a profound stillness. The pieces were in place. There was nothing left to do but wait for the sun to rise and the battle to be joined. I paused outside Clara's nursery, listening to the soft sound of her breathing. It was the only sound that mattered. Everything we were about to do, all the noise and the fury, was for the silence in that room, for the promise of a future where a child could simply sleep, safe in the knowledge that she was loved. The morning of the emergency meeting, the house felt different. The air was charged, as if before a lightning strike. I dressed with care, choosing a suit of dark gray wool I had not worn in years. It felt like armor. Bridget helped me with the buttons, her fingers trembling slightly. "It will be all right, Bridget," I said, my voice calm. She nodded, unable to speak. I found Galileo in the foyer. He looked older, the lines on his face etched deeper by the weight of his betrayal. He held a briefcase containing the original partnership agreement, the bylaws, and the formal notice of the meeting we had drafted together. "She has already left for the office," he said. "She has no idea." "Good," I replied. "Let us go." The drive to the company headquarters was silent. I watched the city pass by, a place I had helped shape, now feeling like foreign territory. We entered through a private garage, avoiding the main lobby. The elevator ride to the boardroom was a slow ascent into the past. The room was empty, polished to a high gloss, the long table a dark sea of mahogany. It smelled of lemon cleaner and power. We did not sit. We stood by the window, waiting. I did not need to look at the papers in Galileo's briefcase. I knew every word, every comma. They were my words. At precisely 9:00, the door opened. Autumn stood there, frozen. She was flanked by two of her young executives, their confident smiles faltering as they took in the scene. "What is the meaning of this?" Autumn's voice was dangerously quiet. Her eyes swept from Galileo to me, and I saw the instant she understood this was not a social call. It was an ambush. "An emergency meeting of the founding partners," Galileo announced, his voice gaining strength. "Called pursuant to Article 12 of the original bylaws." "That entity is defunct," she snapped, stepping into the room. Her executives hovered in the doorway, uncertain. "The legal entity was dissolved," I said, speaking for the first time. My voice echoed slightly in the large room. "The partnership, as defined by the bylaws, is not. It is a matter of contractual interpretation." Her composure cracked. A flash of pure, undiluted hatred crossed her face, so swift I might have imagined it. "This is a farce. A desperate stunt by a senile old woman and a bitter old man." "The matter at hand," Galileo continued, as if she hadn't spoken, "is a vote on the following resolution. The founding partners hereby exercise their right to nullify the current board's authority to approve the sale of the Maritime Shipping Division." "You can do that," one of the young men blurted out. "We can and we are," I said. I looked only at Autumn. "The vote is called, Galileo." "Aye," he said, his voice firm. "Kristen." "Aye," I said. "The resolution passes," Galileo stated. For a long moment there was only silence. Autumn stared at us, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. The carefully constructed world of spreadsheets and stock prices had just been shattered by a piece of paper from another era. "You have no idea what you've done," she whispered, the words laced with venom. "You've destroyed decades of work. You've jeopardized everything." "No, Autumn," I said, taking a step toward her. "You were the one doing that. We are simply stopping you." She turned on her heel, her movements sharp and bird-like. This isn't over. My lawyers will have this thrown out by lunchtime. You have no power here. We have the power of the story, I replied, and by the time your lawyers are done, that story will be on the front page of every financial paper. Croft heiress battles founding mother for Company S soul. How do you think your investors will like that poetry? She stopped at the door, her back to me. Her shoulders were rigid. Without another word, she walked out, her acolytes scrambling after her. The door clicked shut, leaving Galileo and me alone in the vast, silent room. The fight was not over. There would be lawyers and injunctions and a brutal war of attrition. But the first, most important battle was won. We had drawn a line. We had shown her that the past was not a relic to be discarded, but a foundation that could still shake. Galileo let out a long, shaky breath. She will not forgive this. I am not asking for her forgiveness, I said, turning from the window. I am ensuring my granddaughter's future. I walked out of the boardroom, my head held high. I did not look back. The corridor stretched before me, long and bright. I was no longer a ghost. I was a force, and I was going home to hold my granddaughter. The house was a fortress awaiting news of a siege. Bridget met me at the door, her face a question. I gave a single, slight nod, and her shoulders slumped in relief. I went straight to the nursery. Clara was awake, kicking her feet in the crib, her eyes wide and blue like her mother's. I lifted her into my arms, the weight of her a perfect, solid anchor in the storm I had unleashed. I hummed the old lullaby, the same one I had sung to her mother, and felt the day's tension begin to unspool. The calm lasted precisely 2 hours. I heard the car door slam, the sound cracking through the afternoon quiet like a gunshot. Her footsteps on the marble were not the brisk, efficient clicks of the CEO, but the heavy, furious strides of a wounded animal. She did not seek me out, she went to her study. The sounds that followed were not of shouting, but of controlled, violent destruction. The shatter of glass against a wall, the heavy thud of a book thrown, then silence. I continued to rock Clara, my heart a steady, determined drum against her small back. When she finally appeared in the nursery doorway, Autumn was transformed. Her sleek composure was gone, replaced by a raw, shaking fury. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her hair disheveled. "Get out," she said to the nurse, who fled without a backward glance. We were alone, the three of us, grandmother, mother, child. "You vicious, meddling old witch," she hissed, her voice low and trembling. "Do you have any idea what you've cost me? The humiliation, the calls I've had to field. The deal is frozen. My credibility is in tatters." "It was never your credibility to begin with," I said, my voice quiet but clear. "It was mine. And your father's. You built your throne on our names, and you forgot that names have power." She took a step into the room, her gaze fixed on Clara in my arms. "She is my daughter, mine. You will not take her from me." "I do not want to take her from you," I said, and it was the truth. "I want you to remember that you are her mother, not just her curator. I want you to choose her over the deal, over the power, over yourself." A bitter, broken laugh escaped her. "You think this is about choice? You who never had to choose. You were born into this world. You and father built it from a position of strength. You have no concept of the compromises I have had to make, the battles I have had to fight just to be taken seriously. This sale was my masterstroke. It was going to secure our future, her future." "By selling your history," I asked, "by selling your sister's legacy." "Angelica is dead." The words exploded from her, a raw wound finally laid bare. "She has been dead for years. She was weak, and she died, and she left us with nothing but this burden." She gestured wildly at Clara. "I am the one who stayed. I am the one who built something from the wreckage she left behind. Not you hiding in your rooms, not father lost in his papers, me." I looked at my daughter, truly looked at her, and saw not a monster, but a woman drowning in a grief she had never allowed herself to feel. She had armored herself in ambition because the alternative was to feel the pain of losing a sister, a mother, a father of family that had ceased to function long ago. Angelica's death was a tragedy, I said, my voice softening. It was not a betrayal, and Clara is not a burden. She is a gift, the last piece of her we have. For a moment, something in her face wavered. The fury receded, leaving behind a profound, exhausted emptiness. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She looked from me to the child in my arms, and for a second I saw the ghost of the girl who had loved her sister. Then she blinked, and the mask was back, hardened by habit and pride. "My lawyers will be in touch," she said, her voice flat and cold. "You will not see Clara again until this is settled. I will have a new nurse here within the hour, one who understands the chain of command." She turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind her. I held Clara closer, feeling the fragile beat of her heart against my own. The battle in the boardroom had been won, but the war for this house, for this child, had just entered a darker, more intimate phase. The walls were no longer a refuge. They were the front line. I did not move from the rocking chair. I held Clara until she fell asleep, her warm breath a soft puff against my neck. I memorized the weight of her, the scent of her hair. When the new nurse arrived, a stern-faced woman with cold hands, I relinquished her without a word. Protest was useless now. It would only be used as further evidence of my instability. I retreated to my rooms, but the fortress walls felt thin. Every sound was a threat. The ringing telephone was a summons from a lawyer. A slamming door was Autumn's fury made manifest. I ate the dinner Bridget brought me on a tray, but the food was ash in my mouth. 2 days passed in a suffocating quiet. Galileo was barred from the house, his calls screened. I was a prisoner in my own home, cut off from my only ally. I spent my hours at the window, watching the garden. The autumn leaves were turning, a blaze of gold and red that felt like a mockery of the decay inside. On the third morning, a different car pulled into the drive. It was long and black, official. A man in a dark suit emerged, carrying a briefcase. He was followed by a severe-looking woman with a clipboard. My breath caught. The specialist from Switzerland. It was happening faster than I had anticipated. They were shown into Autumn's study. I stood at the top of the stairs, my hand on the banister, my knuckles white. I could not hear the words, only the low murmur of voices. I was a specimen to be examined, a problem to be solved. I considered my options. I could refuse to see them. I could scream. I could lock my door, but all of those actions would be documented as symptoms. The only path was to walk into the lion's den with my head held high. I descended the stairs slowly, each step a deliberate act of will. I did not knock. I opened the door to the study and entered. The three of them looked up. Autumn's face was a mask of cool concern. The man, Dr. Richter, had kind eyes which I immediately distrusted. The woman's expression was neutral, professional. Mother Autumn said, her voice dripping with false warmth, "These are the specialists I told you about. They are here to help." "I am quite beyond help, it would seem," I said, taking the seat opposite them. "But please do your jobs." Dr. Richter leaned forward. "Mrs. Croft, we just have a few questions about your general well-being. It is a routine assessment." He began with simple things, the date, the current prime minister. I answered correctly, my voice steady. He asked me to count backward from 100 by sevens. I did so without error. The woman scribbled notes. I could feel Autumn's gaze, willing me to fail. Then his questions shifted. "And can you tell me about the recent decisions you've made regarding your family's company, the emergency meeting, for instance?" So that was it. They would frame my defense of Clara's inheritance as a symptom of paranoia, of delusion. "I made a sound business decision based on a contractual right," I said. "My memory, as you can see, is perfectly intact. My reasoning is sound. But your daughter tells us you have been agitated, fixated on the past, on your late daughter, Angelica." A cold fury rose in me. She was using Angelica as a weapon. I looked past him, directly at Autumn. I think of Angelica every day. A mother who does not think of her dead child is the one who should be examined. Autumn's mask slipped for a second, a flicker of pain. Dr. Richter cleared his throat, and the child, Clara, your granddaughter, do you feel you are the best person to be making decisions for her future? I know I am not the worst, I said. I stood up. My legs felt weak, but I would not let them see it. You have your notes, you will write your report, but you cannot diagnose a broken heart, doctor, and you cannot certify a mother's love as insanity. I turned and walked out, leaving them in silence. I had no idea if I had passed or failed their test. In their world, my defiance was probably just another symptom. I climbed the stairs, my body heavy with a profound weariness. The legal battle was one thing. This invasion of my mind, my soul, was another. They were not just trying to take my power, they were trying to erase my truth. And I knew with a chilling certainty that I would have to fight them on that dark, intimate ground with every last shred of who I was. Story 3. The light from the desk lamp flickered, a slow, arrhythmic pulse that was not a fault of the bulb or the wiring but something else, a presence in the room breathing against the filament. It cast long, unsteady shadows that laned and then retreated across the manuscript pages as if the words themselves were restless. Hayden sat in the center of this dim, breathing halo, the city of Barcelona, a silent, sprawling beast outside his window, its ancient stones holding the day's heat and the memory of centuries of secrets. The air in his small apartment was thick with the smell of cheap coffee and drying ink, a scent he had come to associate with failure. He was a young man with an old man's weariness etched into the lines around his eyes, a writer who had not written anything of consequence in 3 years, not since the incident with Margaret. His ambition had curdled into a quiet, persistent ache, a ghost that haunted the cramped spaces of his life. The flickering light felt like an accusation. It was in this state of suspended animation that the phone rang, a shrill sound that cut through the humid night. The voice on the other end was smooth and deep, a voice that did not ask but stated. Eduardo Valls, a publisher. He had read Hayden's early, forgotten work, a slim volume of stories published to quiet acclaim and quieter sales. He saw a unique talent, he said, a voice that could, if properly channeled, change the very fabric of things. He wanted to offer Hayden a commission, not just any book, the book. A work of such profound power it would alter perceptions, shift paradigms, redeem a culture drowning in noise. The sum he named was astronomical, a number that belonged to other people, people in glass towers, not to a man whose floorboards creaked with disappointment. They met in Valls' office, a place that seemed to exist outside of time, high above the Passage de GRCIA. The room was a study in polished obsidian and dark wood, the windows a single, seamless sheet of glass looking out over the city's grid of illuminated streets, a circuit board of lives. Eduardo Valls was a man of indeterminate age, his hair a distinguished silver, his suit a whisper of Italian wool. His eyes were the most striking feature, a pale, almost liquid gray that seemed to absorb the light, offering nothing back. Most writers scratch at the surface of the world, Hayden, Valls said, his voice a low hum. They describe the weather, the furniture, the petty dramas of the human heart. I am asking you to write about the engine room, the place where reality is forged. This book, it is not a story, it is a key. Hayden felt a thrill, dangerous and seductive, course through him. This was the recognition he had craved, the purpose he had lost. It felt like a hand reaching into the dark water of his life, pulling him up for air. He signed the contract, a thick document of vellum paper, its clauses swimming in a legalistic haze. The advance appeared in his bank account the next morning, a number so large it felt fictional. He rented a new space, a sprawling loft in the Gothic quarter with vaulted ceilings and walls of exposed brick that bled a damp chill. He bought a heavy oak desk and a new typewriter, its keys gleaming like black teeth, and he began to write. The words came at first in a torrent, a flood of ideas about perception and reality, about the stories we tell ourselves to remain sane. He wrote of light and shadow, of the spaces between things. He felt for the first time in years the pure, uncorrupted joy of creation. But the city outside his new window began to change, or perhaps his perception of it did. The labyrinthine alleys of the Barry G. Tick, which had once felt charmingly mysterious, now seemed to twist with a malevolent intent. The gargoyles leering from the cathedral seemed to track his movements. He started seeing patterns in the chaos, noticing the same faces in the crowd, a man in a dark coat, a woman with a red scarf, their eyes meeting his with a flicker of recognition that chilled his blood. The sound of his typewriter, once a comforting percussion, became a metallic echo that seemed to draw things out of the shadows. He would look up from his work and catch a shift in the air, a disturbance in the dust motes dancing in a sunbeam, as if someone had just been standing there, watching. He tried to explain this growing paranoia to his friend Eric, a photographer with a cynical wit and a loyal heart. They sat in a noisy tapas bar, the clatter of plates and the buzz of conversation a stark contrast to the silence of Hayden's loft. "It's the money, amigo," Eric said, spearing a gamba with his fork. "Guilt. You feel you don't deserve it, so your brain is constructing a prison to justify the reward. It's a very writerly form of self-sabotage, very dramatic." "It's not in my head, Eric. The city feels different, as if it's reading the book along with me, as if it's reacting." Eric smiled, a flash of white in his bearded face. "Barcelona is an old whore. She has seen countless young men like you, full of passion and madness. She eats them for breakfast. Maybe you are just finally noticing her teeth." The only person who did not dismiss his unease was his old mentor, Elijah. A literary critic of formidable, almost oracular reputation, Elijah lived in a book-crammed apartment that smelled of dust and decaying paper. He was a gaunt man, his fingers stained with ink, his eyes magnified behind thick spectacles. Hayden visited him, bringing a copy of the first 50 pages. Elijah read them in silence, his face a mask of growing alarm. When he finished, he took off his glasses and polished them slowly, a deliberate, nervous gesture. "This is not writing, Hayden," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "This is invocation. You are not describing a world, you are trying to build one, or unbuild one. Where did you get this philosophy?" "It's just coming to me," Hayden said defensively. "It feels like it was always there, waiting." "There's a name for this," Elijah said, his eyes sharp. "A tradition, a dangerous one. It posits that language is not a representation of reality, but its fundamental substance, that to write a thing is to make it so. It is a power that has tempted and broken greater minds than yours. This publisher of yours, Vols, I have heard whispers. He is not a man, he is a curator. He collects certain kinds of texts, certain kinds of minds. You are not the first writer he has commissioned." "What happened to the others?" Elijah's gaze drifted to the window, to the deepening twilight. They faded. Their work was never published. They themselves became footnotes. Their destinies, it seemed, were merely to channel the words and then be consumed by them. Hayden left Elijah's apartment more unsettled than when he had arrived. The idea that he was part of a lineage, a chain of broken writers, was terrifying, yet it also fed his ego. He was not just a hack, he was a part of something vast and obscure. He continued to write, the words now feeling less like a liberation and more like a possession. The manuscript grew, and with it, the strangeness in his life intensified. He saw Margaret. He was crossing the Pla Real, the afternoon sun casting long shadows from the palm trees, and there she was, sitting at a cafe table, her face turned up to the light. Margaret, the woman he had loved, the woman whose heart he had shattered with his selfishness and ambition 3 years ago. She was a vision of impossible grace, a luminous presence in the mundane world. His breath caught. He took a step toward her, his hand half raised, a name on his lips. And she was gone. Not like she had walked away. The space where she had been was empty, the chair tucked neatly under the table. There was no trace of her. It was as if the city had projected a memory onto the canvas of reality, a cruel and beautiful phantom. He stood there, paralyzed, the sounds of the square fading into a dull roar in his ears. Was he hallucinating, or was the book, in its exploration of potential realities and collapsed possibilities, somehow making his memories tangible? He confronted Eduardo Valls. He stormed into the obsidian office, the manuscript pages clutched in his trembling hand. "What is this?" he demanded, his voice cracking. "What are you making me do?" Valls was unperturbed. He poured 2 glasses of a deep amber liquor from a crystal decanter. "I am not making you do anything, Hayden. You are the instrument. The music is yours alone. The phenomena you are experiencing, consider them side effects, echoes. The world is not a solid thing. It is a consensus, a story we all agree to tell. You are merely writing a new story, and the old one is resisting. The appearance of your lost love a poignant example. A reality where you did not fail her, perhaps, brushing up against this one. A beautiful, if painful, testament to your power. I saw a man following me, a woman, their faces. The narrative requires antagonists, Valls said smoothly. Every story does. Your mind, in its profound creativity, is furnishing them. Or perhaps they are agents of the status quo, the immune system of consensus reality, trying to reject the beautiful virus you are introducing. It does not matter. You must keep writing. The world needs this book. Hayden looked into Valls' pale, absorbing eyes and felt a profound coldness seep into his bones. He was not a writer. He was a tool. The book was the purpose, and he was merely the vessel. He thought of Elijah's warning about faded writers, about footnotes. He thought of Margaret's ghostly apparition, a symbol of everything he had lost and was now being tempted within this cruel, phantom form. He went to the only place he thought might hold an answer, the National Library of Catalonia. He spent days there, buried in archives, following the faint trail Elijah had mentioned. He looked for the names of other writers, other works commissioned by Valls or his shadowy predecessors. He found fragments. A 19th century poet who wrote an epic about a city of mirrors and went mad, claiming the reflections were stealing his soul. A novelist in the 1920s who penned a manifesto on subjective reality and then vanished from a locked room. Their works were obscure, referenced only in the most tangential of academic papers, their lives ending in asylums or silence. The trail led him to a name, the Lexicon of Shadows. It was not a book, but a concept, a theoretical text that was never meant to be written, only approached. It was the text of the tradition Elijah had spoken of, a book that, if completed, would not describe the world but rewrite it according to the author's deepest, most unconscious desires and fears. Valls was not a publisher. He was a high priest, a facilitator, using fragile, ambitious men like Hayden to get as close as possible to the impossible creation of the lexicon. Each attempt was a failure, but each failure provided more data, brought the goal closer. The writers were sacrificial lambs, their minds and lives the fuel for this esoteric engine. Hayden ran from the library, the truth a poison in his veins. He had to stop. He couldn't finish the book. He returned to his loft, the grand space now feeling like a tomb. He went to his desk, to the towering stack of pages that represented his damnation. He would burn them. He would tear them to pieces. He picked up the first page, and he read. The prose was hypnotic, beautiful, and terrifying. It was the best work he had ever done. It was alive. The sentences wove around him, a spiral of perfect logic and profound insight. He saw the architecture of his own obsession in the words, the outline of his case against himself. To destroy it would be to destroy the only meaningful part of him that remained. It was his redemption, and it was his curse. They were one and the same. He sat down. The flickering light of the desk lamp seemed to steady, casting a firm, clear glow on the page. The shadows retreated to the corners of the room and stood watch. He inserted a fresh sheet of paper into the typewriter. The sound of the first key striking the page was like a stone dropping into a deep, dark well. He wrote through the night. He wrote of sacrifice. He wrote of love as a fundamental force. He wrote of a city that was a mind and a mind that was a city. He wrote the final chapter. As he typed the last period, a profound silence fell over the loft. The usual nighttime sounds of the Gothic quarter, the distant sirens, the laughter from a bar, the scuttling of cats in the alley ceased entirely. The air grew still and heavy. He looked up. Margaret was there. She stood by the window not as a phantom or an apparition, but solid, real. She was wearing the same dress she had worn the last time he saw her, 3 years ago. Her face was sad, filled with a love that was beyond forgiveness. Hayden, she said, and her voice was exactly as he remembered, a sound that could untangle any knot in his soul. Is it really you? He whispered, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. It is a version of me, she said, from a story where you chose differently, a story where you are happy. I've come to say goodbye. This what you've done, it closes the door. It makes our story permanent. It solidifies the loss. He understood then. He had not written a key to change the world. He had written a lock. He had taken the fluid, branching possibilities of his life, and in his desperate attempt to find meaning and redemption, he had written one single, tragic, unchangeable narrative. He had chosen his own prison and called it a masterpiece. I am sorry, he said, the words utterly inadequate. She smiled, a heartbreaking gesture. I know. And then she began to fade, not suddenly, but slowly, dissolving like a mist in the morning sun. He watched her go, the last vestige of his hope disappearing into the immutable truth of his text. The next morning there was a knock on his door. It was Eric, his face grim. Hayden, I have bad news. I know, Hayden said, his voice flat. Margaret. Eric looked startled. How yes, she passed away last night in her sleep. A brain aneurysm, they think. There was no pain. I am so sorry, amigo. Hayden simply nodded. He had not killed her. The Margaret of this world had died of natural causes. But he had, with his book, forever severed the possibility of any other outcome, of any reality where she lived and they were together. He had written her death into the foundational bedrock of his existence. He delivered the manuscript to Eduardo Valls. Valls took it, his pale eyes gleaming with a cold triumph. He did not offer condolences or ask questions. The transaction was complete. Hayden received the final payment. He was rich. He was a success. He was utterly empty. He did not write again. He moved out of the loft and into a small, anonymous hotel room. He spent his days walking the streets of Barcelona, but the city no longer whispered to him. It was just a city again, full of noise and light and people living their messy, unpredictable lives. The curse was lifted because it had been fulfilled. The maze had led him to a single, inescapable room. The investigation into the nature of his reality was over. The crime was his own ambition, the mystery was the human heart, and the solution was a sentence of perpetual silence. One afternoon he found himself sitting on a bench in the Ciudadela Park, watching children play. The sun was warm on his face. A breeze rustled the leaves of the plane trees. It was a pleasant day. There was no hidden meaning in the pattern of the shadows on the path. There was no secret message in the sound of the fountain. There was only the day, neutral and uneventful, stretching out before him, and then the next and the next, until there would be no more. He sat there for a long time, a man who had written a book that changed the world, and in doing so had made his own world a perfectly crafted, beautifully written, and entirely desolate place. The book was published 6 months later under the title, The Barcelona Codex. It was hailed as a work of genius, a searingly personal and philosophically dense masterpiece that explored grief and the architecture of memory. Critics used words like luminous and heartbreaking. It won awards. Hayden did not attend the ceremonies. He saw it in a bookstore window once, a handsome volume with a stark, elegant cover. He felt nothing. He began to see the book's influence in subtle ways, or perhaps he just imagined it. A young woman on the metro was reading it, her finger tracing the lines as if following a map. A professor he overheard in a cafe cited it in a conversation about postmodern identity. The world was reading his confession, his self-imposed life sentence, and finding it beautiful. They were moved by the tragedy of Margaret, a tragedy he had, in a way he could never explain, made absolute. Eduardo Valls became a celebrated patron of transformative literature. His publishing house flourished. He never contacted Haydn again. The instrument had served its purpose. One evening, as autumn began to crisp the air, Elijah found him. The old critic looked even more gaunt, his eyes burning with a frantic energy behind his spectacles. He sat beside Haydn on his usual bench in the park. "They are studying you, you know," Elijah said without preamble. "Not your book, your life, your grocery lists, your silence. They are the ones who came after, the new acolytes. They think your life is the true text now, that your silence is a form of supreme commentary." Haydn just stared at the pond, at the ducks paddling in meaningless circles. "There's nothing to study." "Don't you see?" Elijah's voice was urgent, almost desperate. "You succeeded where the others failed. You channeled the power and you survived. You are the first. You are the proof of concept. Valls doesn't need you to write anymore. Your existence is the final chapter. You are the living embodiment of the lexicon's principle. A man who shaped reality so perfectly that he wrote himself into a corner from which there is no narrative escape. You are a monument." A small, tired smile touched Haydn's lips. A tombstone is also a monument. Elijah grasped his arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Fight it, Haydn, write something else. A grocery list, a postcard, a dirty limerick. Prove that the will is not entirely subordinate to the word. Break the form." But Haydn knew it was impossible. Every word he formed in his mind felt like a lie. Any new sentence would be a cheap sequel to the definitive ending he had already written. To write would be to admit that the story continued, that there was more to say, and that would be the greatest betrayal of the truth he had forged. His silence was the only honest thing left. He stopped going to the park. He stayed in his hotel room, watching the light move across the wall. The days bled together into a single, continuous present. He was not unhappy. Unhappiness was a state of wanting something to be different. He wanted nothing. He had achieved a terrible form of peace. Years later, when he passed away quietly in that same room, a young literary researcher hired by the Valls Foundation was given access to his effects. There was very little, some clothes, a worn copy of the Barcelona Codex, and in the drawer of the bedside table, a single sheet of paper, blank except for one sentence typed in the center, the letters faint and uneven, as if the typewriter ribbon had been nearly spent. It read, "The man who finished the book found that the world had become a perfect, unreadable sentence." The researcher pondered this, seeing it as a final, cryptic epigraph to a brilliant career. She did not understand that it was not a philosophical statement. It was simply and terribly the last thing he saw each night before he turned out the light. The researcher filed her report, noting the sentence as a poignant artifact of a genius consumed by his own creation. She moved on to other projects, other ghosts of other writers. The sentence, however, did not fade. It began to replicate in the margins of her own notes, appearing on sticky pads in her apartment, the words etching themselves into her mind with the clarity of a commandment. She found herself, one rain-slicked evening, standing outside the building where Haydn had lived his final years. She didn't remember deciding to go there. The hotel was shabbier than she had imagined. She stood in the street, looking up at the window of his room, now occupied by a student who knew nothing of the man who had died there. The sentence echoed in her head, a perfect, unreadable sentence, and as she stood there, the city around her seemed to shift. The neon sign of a bar across the street flickered, and for a moment the letters rearranged themselves into a word she did not recognize before snapping back to normal. A man walking his dog passed by her, and his face, in her peripheral vision, was the face of the phantom Haydn had described from his manuscript, sharp and indistinct all at once. She shook her head, dismissing it as fatigue, the power of suggestion from immersing herself in a tragic story. But the feeling persisted, a low hum of wrongness beneath the surface of things. She realized then that she was not just studying Haydn's life. She was being drawn into its aftermath. The book was not a closed artifact. It was a still active engine, and her attention, her scholarship, was a form of fuel. She was the next reader, the next mind to be captivated, and in being captivated, to continue the work of solidifying its reality. She thought of Elijah's warning about the new acolytes. She had become one without even knowing it. Her feet began to carry her away from the hotel, her pace quickening. She had to get away from that sentence, from that story. But the sentence was now part of her story. She understood with a dawning and icy certainty that Hayden's silence had not been an end. It was a different kind of text, one that invited others to project their own meanings, their own narratives, onto its blankness. His existence had become a void that pulled everything into it. She was now inside that void, and the world was starting to look very much like the pages of the Barcelona Codex. She wondered if this was what Elijah had felt, that frantic energy in his eyes at the end. It was not excitement. It was the terror of finally and irrevocably understanding the plot. She started to run, her heels clicking a frantic rhythm on the cobblestones. She needed a plane ticket, a train, anything to put distance between herself and this city that was no longer just a city. She fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped it. The screen glowed, but the icons were wrong. They were arranged in a spiral, a familiar pattern she had seen in the diagrams of the lexicon of shadows she had studied in the Foundation's archives. She swiped, but the screen didn't change. A single line of text appeared in the center, in a font that mimicked the typewriter script of Hayden's final note. Every reader completes the book. A sound escaped her, a half-gasp, half-sob. She shoved the phone back into her pocket and ran faster, turning down a narrow alley she thought would lead to the main thoroughfare. But the alley did not end. It stretched on, the familiar yellow brick of the buildings giving way to darker, older stone, the windows becoming hollow-eyed and vacant. The sounds of the city faded, replaced by a profound silence broken only by the echo of her own footsteps. She was in the Barcelona of Hayden's book, The City as Mind, and she was lost in its deepest, most desolate quarter. She stopped, leaning against a cold wall, trying to catch her breath. This was not possible. It was a panic attack, a psychological break brought on by overwork and immersion in a disturbing subject. She closed her eyes, repeating this to herself like a mantra. When she opened them, a man was standing at the far end of the alley. He was not the phantom from Hayden's manuscript. He was Hayden himself, as he was in the author photo on the back of the Barcelona Codex, but younger, his eyes clear and full of a terrible purpose. He held a sheaf of papers in his hand. "You are the next chapter," he said, and his voice was not his own. It was a composite, layered with the voices of the mad poet, the vanished novelist, and all the other faded writers who had come before him. "I don't want to be," she whispered. "The narrative demands it," the specter of Hayden replied. "The story must be fed." Vols understood that. The book was never the end. It was the beginning of a new consensus. And you, by seeking to understand it, have agreed to help write it. He advanced, holding out the papers. They were blank. "Your turn." She turned and fled back the way she came, but the alley twisted, the walls seeming to lean in, the geometry of the space becoming impossible. A doorway appeared where a solid wall had been. Without thinking, she wrenched it open and stumbled through, finding herself not in another alley, but in a quiet, carpeted hallway. It was the hallway of the Vols Foundation. She could hear the faint, efficient hum of a printer. The door swung shut behind her and vanished, replaced by a framed print of a labyrinth. She was trapped in the administrative heart of the machine. A door at the end of the hall opened, and Eduardo Vols stood there, not as an old man, but as he might have looked in his prime, his pale eyes just as absorbing. "Ah," he said, a gentle, welcoming smile on his face. "The new scribe is here. We have been expecting you. Your analysis of Hayden's later period was particularly insightful. It showed a mind ready to perceive the deeper structures." "This isn't real," she said, her voice trembling. Vols gestured around them. "It is as real as anything else, more real perhaps because it is intentional. Hayden's work provided the foundational grammar. My work is to find the linguists who can speak the new language. Come, your desk is ready." He extended a hand. She looked at it, then down at her own hands. She saw then that her fingers were stained with ink, a deep, permanent blue, as if she had been writing for hours. She thought of Hayden on his bench, the perfect, unreadable sentence of his life. She saw the same sentence being written for her, a story of scholarship descending into obsession, of a critic becoming a character in the very text she sought to explain. She looked at Val's outstretched hand, and then she looked past him down the hall to a window that showed not the Barcelona skyline, but a swirling, starless void. She understood the choice. She could take his hand and become a part of the narrative, a curator of the terrible, beautiful new reality. Or she could refuse and be written out, becoming a footnote, a faded name like the others. She made her choice. She turned away from Val's and walked toward the window. The void beckoned, a blank page of a different sort. She did not know what was there, only that it was outside the story. As she reached the window, it dissolved before her, and she took a step forward into the silent, unformed dark, leaving the sentence of her life forever unfinished. The void was not empty. It was a place of potential, a roaring silence filled with every story that had never been written. She fell, or perhaps she floated, through a medium that was neither air nor water. There were no landmarks, no sense of time, only the raw substance of possibility. She felt the weight of the narrative she had left behind, a finished book pulling at her like a planet-esque gravity, but she was in the space between stars now, where different laws applied. She thought of Hayden's final, typed sentence. It had been a key after all, but not one that unlocked a door. It was a key that dissolved the walls. By stepping into the void, she had chosen to become unreadable, to exist outside the text. It was a form of freedom, but a terrifying one. To be part of a story was to have meaning, even if that meaning was tragic. Out here, there was no meaning at all. After a time, an hour, a year, she became aware of a presence. It was not a person, but a concentration of intent. It felt like the essence of a writer just before the first word is put to paper. It was the lexicon of shadows, not as a book, but as a force, the underlying current of narrative itself. "You have left the story," a voice said, though it was not a sound. It was a concept that bloomed directly in her mind. "I didn't he want to be a character," she thought back, the words forming in the void. "All living things are characters," the presence replied. "The choice is not whether to be in a story, but which story you will serve." Hayden served a story of finality. Val's serves a story of control. You have stepped into the story of potential. It is the oldest and most fragile story of all. She saw then that the void was not a single place. It was a web, a tapestry of branching paths. Each shimmering thread was a narrative possibility, a world that could be. She saw the bright, hard line of the world she had left, the world of the Barcelona Codex, solid and imposing, but from it, like faint, ghostly offshoots, were other possibilities. A world where Hayden had thrown his manuscript into the fire. A world where Margaret had never died. A world where she, the researcher, had taken Val's hand. These possibilities were weak, starved of the belief that gave them substance. The main narrative, the one she had helped to solidify, was consuming them, making itself the one true history. "You can be a reader or you can be a writer," the presence intoned. A reader accepts the world as it is written. A writer remembers that the world is still being written. She understood. Her scholarship, her obsession with Hayden's text had made her a perfect reader, but her final act of refusal had made her something else. She was now a loose thread in the tapestry, a fragment of a different story, and a loose thread could be used to reweave the pattern. She focused her will not on writing, but on remembering. She remembered a detail that had seemed insignificant, a line from an early draft of Hayden's book that Val's had forced him to cut. It was a description of Margaret laughing, a sound that, according to the text, could recalibrate the frequency of a day. It was a small thing, a forgotten possibility. In the void, she held onto that memory. She did not write it down. She simply remembered it, fiercely and with absolute conviction. And on the faint, fading thread of the world where Margaret lived, the thread grew momentarily brighter, a little stronger. It was not a change, it was a reminder. It was the act of a reader who knew the text was not complete. She turned her attention to the sprawling, dominant narrative of her own world. She saw the sentence of Hayden-esque life, the perfect, unreadable sentence, and she saw that its perfection was its flaw. A sentence that cannot be read has no power. Its meaning had collapsed under its own weight. Her own story, the story of the researcher who vanished, was now a part of that text, a mystery that undermined its finality. She was a question mark at the end of Hayden-esque full stop. She felt a pull, gentle but insistent. The void was not a home, it was a workshop. A different thread was glowing, a narrative from a world adjacent to her own, a place where the rules were softer, where a story could still have an open ending. It was an invitation. She took one last look at the grim, beautiful tapestry of the world she had left. She had not saved it. She had not broken the codex, but she had introduced a variable. She had become a story that contradicted the central thesis of Hayden-esque masterpiece. And in a universe governed by stories, a contradiction was a seed of revolution. With a final thought, a wish for the people still caught in that other story, she let herself be drawn toward the new thread. She stepped out of the void and into the warm, noisy confines of a Parisian cafe. The air smelled of coffee and rain. A man at the next table was arguing with a friend about the ending of a novel, gesturing wildly with his hands. It was just a city. It was just a life. It was messy and unpredictable and utterly, blessedly unfinished. She took a deep breath, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she began to think about what she might do next. She ordered a coffee, her hands steady now, the ink stains gone from her fingers. The simple act of choosing a drink, of exchanging a few words with the waiter, felt monumental. It was a sentence she was writing for herself, a mundane and beautiful sentence about a woman in a cafe. She watched the people on the street, each a story in progress, none of them aware of the fragile architecture of narrative that held their world together, or of the silent war being waged in the spaces between. She would not make the same mistake again. She would not study the story from the outside. She would live within it, carefully, quietly. She would find the other loose threads, the other forgotten possibilities in the world she had left. She would not write them down. That was the trap. She would simply remember them, and in remembering, keep them alive. She would be a gardener tending to seeds that no one else knew were planted. The coffee arrived hot and bitter. She took a sip, and the taste was overwhelmingly real. She opened her bag looking for a pen, not to write a story, but to make a list, groceries. She needed milk and bread and maybe a new plant for her windowsill. The pen felt light in her hand, a tool, not a weapon. The blank page of the notepad was not a void to be feared, but a space for small human things. She wrote the first word. It was just a word. It did not try to define the world. It simply was, and for now that was more than enough. The man at the next table laughed, a sudden booming sound that made her jump. He apologized, smiling, and she managed a small, tight smile in return. The normalcy of the interaction was a shield. She finished her coffee and paid, stepping out into the Parisian afternoon. The city was a blur of noise and motion, but she walked through it with a new sense of purpose, a quiet counterpoint to the frantic energy she had felt in Barcelona. She found a small, quiet apartment near the Relaxation cemetery. It was a place of endings, which felt appropriate. She got a job as a copy editor for a small publishing house that specialized in travel guides. It was mundane work, checking facts about hotel prices and museum hours, and it was perfect. She handled words that described the world as it was, or at least as it was purported to be. She did not look for deeper meanings. She corrected typos and fixed comma splices. At night, she would walk. She became a student of the city's minor details, the things that would never make it into a guidebook. A crack in a wall that looked like a sailing ship. The particular way an old woman arranged her geraniums on a third-floor balcony. The scent of baking bread from a basement bakery at 3 a.m. These were the loose threads of this reality, the small, unscripted beauties. She would focus on them, memorizing them, giving them a home in her mind. It was a form of resistance, though no one would ever know it. Weeks turned into months. She avoided news from Barcelona, from the Valls Foundation. One day, while fact-checking a chapter on Catalonia, she came across a photograph of the old hotel where Hayden had died. Her breath caught, but it was just a photograph. The caption listed its current rates and noted its historic charm. There was no mention of reclusive authors or cryptic notes. The narrative had closed over her absence like water over a stone. She was in a used bookstore one rainy Saturday, looking for nothing in particular when she saw it. Tucked away in a dusty corner was a slim volume she recognized. It was a critical study of 20th century literature, one she had cited in her own early work. She pulled it out. The pages fell open to a chapter on Alistair Hayden. There was a footnote. It mentioned that a young researcher from the Valls Foundation, a promising scholar, had vanished in Barcelona shortly after completing her report on Hayden's final effects. The police investigation had turned up nothing. It was, the footnote concluded, a strange and sad postscript to the Hayden story. She closed the book and put it back on the shelf. So that was her role in that other narrative, the vanished researcher, a mystery. It was better than being a scribe. A mystery was a story that was not finished, a question that hung in the air. She could live with that. As she left the bookstore, the rain had stopped and a weak sun was breaking through the clouds. A young woman was sitting on a bench, reading a novel. As she passed, the woman looked up, and for a fleeting second, her eyes were not the eyes of a stranger. They held a glint of that same frantic, terrified understanding she had seen in Elijah's eyes all those years ago. Then the woman blinked, looked back at her book, and the moment was gone. She walked on, her heart beating a little faster. The work was not over. The story was always looking for new readers, new writers, but she was not the same person she had been. She was a gardener in the cracks of the world, tending to fragile, invisible things. She turned a corner, heading for the market. She needed milk and bread, and the world was waiting, perfectly, blessedly unreadable. She bought the milk from a vendor who hummed an old folk song, and the bread from a baker whose hands were dusted with flour like the first snow of winter. These simple acquisitions felt like small victories. In her apartment, she placed the loaf on the wooden counter and the milk in the coolness of the refrigerator. The silence there was different from the void. It was a quiet filled with the hum of the appliance and the distant sounds of the city, a quiet that could be broken whenever she chose. She watered the plant on her windowsill, a resilient little ivy that was beginning to trail towards the light. This was her life now, a series of small, deliberate actions. Yet the glimpse of the young woman on the bench lingered in her mind. It was a reminder that the other world, the world of the Codex, had its own gravity and could still exert a pull. She was not entirely free, but she was no longer a prisoner. She was a refugee. Her work at the publishing house provided a necessary structure. She became known for her meticulous attention to detail, her almost preternatural ability to find the one misplaced date or the misspelled street name. Her colleagues found her quiet and a little distant, but reliable. They did not know that her precision was a ritual, a way of honoring the sanctity of facts in a universe where truth was often a matter of consensus. She was building a fortress of the mundane. One evening, while editing a section on Lisbon, she found a curious error. The text described a small, hidden courtyard that was said to have been a meeting place for poets in the 1920s, but the description was wrong. It mentioned a fig tree that she knew from a long-ago research trip had been cut down decades before. It was a tiny thing, insignificant to anyone else, but to her it was a crack. A detail from an old, forgotten version of the world had seeped through, a loose thread. But she did not correct it. She left the error in the text, a silent testament to a reality that had been overwritten. It was a risk, but a calculated one. It was her way of planting a seed, of introducing a variable into the stable narrative of a travel guide. Someone someday might go looking for that fig tree and find only a patch of sun-warmed stone. They would be confronted with a small, harmless mystery, and for a moment the solidity of their world would tremble. It was not much, but it was something. That night she dreamed not of shifting alleys or phantom authors, but of a single, steadfast tree growing in a place it was not supposed to be. Its roots were deep, cracking the foundations of a perfect written sentence. When she woke, the Parisian dawn was gray and soft, and she felt a sense of peace. The story was not over. It was simply being written in a different way, one small, defiant detail at a time. She got up and made tea, ready for the simple, beautiful prose of another day. The tea was bitter, steeped too long, but the warmth was a comfort. She carried the cup to the window and looked out at the waking city. The dream of the tree felt less like a memory and more like a message, a confirmation of her purpose. She was not just hiding. She was a custodian of errors, a preserver of glitches in the grand narrative. Her work at the publishing house took on a new dimension. She began to notice other subtle inaccuracies, not just in the travel guides, but in the world around her. A news report would mention a historical event with a date that felt off by a year. A plaque on a building would describe an architect she was certain had died under different circumstances. These were not the grand, reality-bending shifts of the Barcelona Codex, but smaller, more delicate fractures. They were like hairline cracks in porcelain, visible only if you knew to look for them. She started a private journal, but not of her thoughts or feelings. It was a ledger of discrepancies. She did not write down what was true or false. She simply recorded the variations. Page 42, Lisbon Guide. Fig tree present in text, absent in verified history. She saw herself as an archivist of the possible, collecting evidence that the world was not as solid as it seemed. One Tuesday, a new intern arrived at the office, a bright-eyed young man from the south. He was assigned to help her with a new guide to Berlin. As they reviewed the copy, he pointed to a description of the Gem Elde Gallery. It says here the museum's most famous Rembrandt was donated by a private collector in 1931. But my grandfather always told me a story that it was actually saved from a fire in 1930 by a curator who later fled the country. It's probably just a family myth. She looked at the young man, at his open, earnest face, and she felt a familiar, cold thrill. A family myth, an oral history, a competing narrative, weak and unsubstantiated, but alive. Family stories are often the most interesting, she said, her voice carefully neutral. You should hold on to that one. He smiled, shrugging it off as a quaint anecdote, and moved on to the next paragraph. But she did not move on. She added the entry to her ledger. Berlin Guide, page 18. Donation date conflicts with oral testimony. She did not know if the young man's story was true in any objective sense, but its existence was a fact. It was a thread, and she had witnessed it. Later that week, she saw the young man talking animatedly with another editor, his hands tracing shapes in the air. He was telling the story again. She saw the other editor nod, a flicker of interest in her eyes. The story was being passed on. It was gaining a tiny, almost imperceptible amount of substance. She walked home that evening feeling a profound and quiet satisfaction. She was not writing the story. She was not even reading it. She was listening to its whispers. She was creating a space where other voices, other versions could be heard. The world was a chorus, not a solo. And in the quiet harmony of conflicting memories and tiny, persistent errors, she found a strength that the rigid, perfect sentence of the Barcelona Codex could never possess. It was the strength of a thing that was alive and therefore forever changing. The rain began again, a fine mist that clung to her coat as she walked. The city lights smeared on the wet pavement, each reflection a tiny, distorted world. She thought of the intern's story, a fragile thing passed from his grandfather's lips to his, now finding a tenuous foothold in the modern, documented world. It was a kind of magic, this oral tradition, a resistance against the tyranny of the printed word. Her path home took her past the cemetery. The iron gates were locked for the night, but through the bars she could see the endless rows of headstones, each one a full stop, a final period at the end of a life story. But were they? She thought of Margaret, who had no stone, whose story had been so nearly erased. A story did not end when the book was closed. It lingered in the minds of those who had read it, who remembered, who misremembered, who passed it on with small, significant changes. The next morning at the office, the intern was waiting for her, looking troubled. I was thinking about what you said, he began, shifting his weight. About family stories. I called my mother last night. She said the same thing as my grandfather about the Rembrandt and the fire. But she also said the curator's name was Herzog. I looked it up this morning. There was a curator named Herzog, but the records say he resigned in 1929 for health reasons. She felt a calm settle over her. This was the work. The records say one thing, your family says another. Which one is true? He asked, his youthful need for certainty laid bare. I don't know, she said honestly, but the fact that you are asking the question is what matters. You are holding two possibilities in your mind at once. That is a very powerful thing to do. She turned back to her desk, to the dry text of the Berlin Guide. She did not change the donation date. She left it as it was, a statement of official fact. But she also did not dismiss the intern's story. She let the contradiction exist, a small, quiet schism in the foundation of their project. Days blended into a rhythm of careful observation and silent stewardship. She found a second-hand radio and began to listen to it in the evenings, not to the news stations, but to the call-in shows where people shared personal anecdotes and local legends. She heard a woman describe a phantom street musician who only appeared on foggy nights, a story not found in any guidebook. She heard an old man insist a particular metro station had been moved 20 meters to the left in the 1970s, a claim contradicted by every map. She added these to her mental ledger, not as facts to be verified, but as evidence of a living, breathing world that refused to be fully catalogued. She was living in the parenthesis of a larger sentence, and she had found a profound freedom there. The pressure to find the one true answer, the single correct narrative, had been the source of her terror in Barcelona. Here she could embrace the multiplicity. The world was not a code to be broken, but a story to be listened to, in all its conflicting, beautiful, and unfinished versions. One evening, as she was locking her office door, she saw a folded piece of paper that had been slipped underneath. It was a page from a printer, warm to the touch. On it, written in a hand she did not recognize, was a single sentence. The tree is remembered by the stone it once shaded. There was no signature. She stood in the quiet hallway, her heart a steady, determined drum. She was not alone. There were other gardeners. The work was not over. It was just beginning. She folded the note and placed it in her pocket, a new seed for her collection, and walked out into the twilight, ready for the next word, the next whisper, the next beautiful, unverifiable truth. Story 4. The air in the small, wood-paneled office was warm and still, thick with the scent of old paper and lemon-scented polish. Then a chill passed through it, a localized cold spot that ghosted across the back of D'Anthony's neck. It was the kind of sudden temperature drop that speaks of a door opened and closed elsewhere in a building, a draft finding its way through unseen passages. He did not turn. He remained seated, his posture the same easy slouch he'd learned to maintain under desert sun and in frozen mountain passes, a posture that belied the constant, low-grade hum of awareness in his veins. The man across the desk, Sheriff John Ellis, was still talking, his voice a steady, practiced drone about community and closure. But that chill was a more honest speaker. It said that things were not settled. It said that something had just moved in the dark. The town of Cedar Fork lay in a valley, a neat grid of streets cradled by ancient blue-green hills. It was the kind of place people described as sleepy, a word that to D'Anthony always sounded like an epitaph. He had come here to be quiet, to let the silence of the mountains soak into the parts of him that still echoed with gunfire and the dry, hot wind of other, more brutal places. He had not come to investigate the massacre at the Founders' Day picnic. But the man they had in custody, a reclusive librarian named Arthur Pelling, was the brother of a woman D'Anthony had once known, a long time ago, in a life that felt like it belonged to someone else. She had called, her voice frayed with a static of tears and disbelief, and the old machinery inside him, the parts that assessed threat and obligation, had engaged without his conscious permission. Sheriff Ellis slid a manila folder across the polished wood. The case, he said, was airtight. Ballistics matched the rifle found in Pelling's cramped apartment to the bullets that had torn through the picnic. 3 dead, a schoolteacher, a retired postman, a young mother. Pelling had no alibi. Witnesses placed him near the water tower, the only vantage point with a clear line of sight into the park. There was motive, too, of a sort, eccentricity, a history of quiet grievances. He was a man who did not fit, and in the frantic, terrified math that follows a tragedy, not fitting, was often rounded up to guilt. D'Anthony took the folder. He did not open it. He thanked the sheriff and stepped out onto the sun-baked street. The heat was a physical weight after the air-conditioned office, but that phantom chill still clung to him. He walked, not with any destination, but to feel the rhythm of the town, to listen to its quiet hum. He passed a hardware store, a diner with red vinyl booths, a bank with gleaming brass fittings. Everything was clean, ordered, and deeply normal. And yet the air itself seemed to vibrate with a new, raw frequency of fear. He found Mariella Soto at the courthouse, a severe, beautiful woman in a black suit that seemed to absorb the fluorescent light of her office. She was the prosecutor, and her determination was a palpable force, a field of energy that sharpened the air around her. She did not like his presence. She saw him as a complication, a loose thread in the neat tapestry of her case. "The evidence is conclusive, Mr. Vance," she said, her voice cool and precise. "This isn't some international conspiracy. It is a sad, lonely man who finally broke." "They always are," D'Anthony replied, his voice a low rumble, "until they ray not." He asked to see the evidence locker. He wanted to see the rifle. Reluctantly, she led him down into the basement, a concrete space that smelled of damp and metal. The rifle was a Remington 700, common, reliable. He did not touch it. He simply looked. He noted the wear patterns on the stock, the faint, almost imperceptible smudges on the scope S adjustment dials. A sniper knows his weapon. He lives with it. The relationship is intimate, a dialogue of pressure and calibration. This rifle, to D'Anthony S.I., did not look like it had been part of a dialogue. It looked like a prop. Later, in the cramped, book-filled silence of Arthur Pelling's apartment, the feeling intensified. The place was a monument to a quiet mind. Books were organized not by author, but by a private, intricate system Pelling had tried to explain with a frantic, bird-like energy. He was a small man with eyes that darted and hands that fluttered. He was terrified, but D'Anthony had seen terror in many forms. There was the terror of the cornered and the terror of the innocent. Pelling's was the latter, a pure, undiluted panic at the universe's sudden, violent irrationality. "I was feeding the cats," Pelling whispered, his voice cracking. "The feral ones behind the library. I heard the shots. They were so fast. Pop, 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 like firecrackers, but wrong. I looked up at the water tower. I thought, that's where it's coming from. I saw a shape, just a shape. Then I ran. I don't know why I ran." D'Anthony stood by the window, looking out at the water tower, a skeletal giant silhouetted against the darkening sky. The shot was possible, but it was also obvious. A professional would have chosen it for its accessibility, its clear line of sight, but also for its predictability. A professional would have known they would be seen. A professional might have wanted that. He spent the next days walking the town's perimeter, tracing the lines of sight and escape routes. He drove up the winding service road to the water tower. The official investigation had been thorough. They had found Pelling's fingerprints, a fiber from his coat. It was all too perfect, like a stage set dressed after the play was over. He knelt on the rusting steel platform, the wind whipping at his jacket. He closed his eyes, not to think, but to feel, to listen. The memory of the shots recreated in his mind did not come from here. The echo was wrong. The angle on the third victim, the young mother, was a fraction of a degree off, a subtle thing only another shooter would sense. The conspiracy, when he began to uncover its edges, was not hidden in shadowy meetings or encrypted messages. It was woven into the fabric of the town itself. It was in the way the new highway project, long stalled, had suddenly received state funding the week after the massacre. It was in the purchase of the old Henderson farm, a key parcel of land, by a shell corporation the day before the shooting. It was in the calm, implacable presence of a man named Alistair Croft, a developer and philanthropist who sat on the town council and whose family had owned the Valley's timber for generations. Croft was the true mastermind, a man who saw human lives as variables in an equation whose only solution was profit and power. The massacre was not an act of rage or madness. It was a strategic shock, a calculated trauma designed to soften political resistance, depress property values, and redirect public funds. It was real estate arbitrage, paid for in blood. D'Anthony found the henchmen, too. They were not cartoonish thugs. They were quiet, competent men who moved through the world with a soldier-esque economy. He saw them once, getting out of a black SUV outside Croft's gated estate on the hill. They had the look, the calm eyes, the relaxed shoulders of men for whom violence was a tool, not an emotion. One of them, a man with a shaved head and a spiderweb tattoo creeping up his neck, met D'Anthony's gaze across the street. A flicker of recognition passed between them, the silent acknowledgement of two predators from different jungles. The confrontation came not in a dramatic shootout, but in the sterile quiet of Mariella Soto's office late at night. D'Anthony laid it out for her piece by piece, the land deals, the timing, the ballistic inconsistencies a good defense attorney could rip apart, the professional sheen of the crime so at odds with the fragile, bookish man in a cell. "You're asking me to believe in a ghost," she said, but her voice had lost its certainty. The prosecutor's armor was cracking. "You have no proof. It's all circumstance, a feeling." "The truth often is," he said, "before it's anything else." He knew then that he had gotten to her. He saw the doubt cloud her sharp eyes. It was his mistake. He had underestimated Croft's reach. The following evening, as D'Anthony walked back to his rented room, the black SUV slid alongside him. The men were efficient. There was no warning, no shouted threat. A blow to the back of his head dropped him to his knees. The world dissolved into a smear of asphalt and pain. They dragged him into an alley, their hands practiced and brutal. He fought, of course. He broke one man's nose and felt the cartilage give way with a wet crunch, but he was outnumbered. A boot connected with his ribs, and he heard, more than felt, the sickening crack. As he lay curled on the ground, the man with the spiderweb tattoo knelt beside him, his breath smelling of mint and metal. "The story is over," the man whispered, his voice devoid of malice, a simple statement of fact. "Some towns are built on bones. Go find a different grave to lie in." They left him there in the gathering dark, the taste of his own blood copper-sharp in his mouth. The cold of the concrete seeped into his bones, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. He knew then that he could not win, not in any way that would see Croft in handcuffs or his name in the headlines. The system was not just corrupt, it was comatose, and Croft was the doctor quietly unplugging the life support. To fight further was to die, and to die for nothing. Mariella Soto would be pressured, sidelined, or offered a promotion she couldn't refuse. The case would proceed. Arthur Pelling would be convicted. In the end, he did the only thing he could. He visited Pelling one last time. The man looked smaller than ever, swallowed by a bright orange jumpsuit. His eyes were hollow, the panic having burned itself out into a dull, accepting ember. "I can get you out," D'Anthony said, his voice rough from his broken ribs. "The evidence is too strong. The people who put it there are too powerful." Pelling just nodded, a slow, weary motion. "I knew," he whispered. "When I saw that shape on the tower, I knew it wasn't a person. It was a idea, a bad idea, and you can arrest an idea." On the day of the trial, D'Anthony was already packed, his few belongings in a single duffel bag in the trunk of his car. He stood at the edge of town, looking back at the water tower, at the neat streets, at the grand house on the hill. He had failed. He had not brought justice. He had only uncovered the dimensions of the grave. Months later, in another state, in another life, he received a letter. It was from Mariella Soto. Her handwriting was swift, angular. She had resigned. She could not in good conscience proceed. But it was too late. The machinery was in motion. Arthur Pelling had been found guilty on all counts. The letter ended not with a farewell, but with a fragment, a whisper of the truth that would never be spoken in a court of law. The last line was written with a shaking hand, the ink blotted as if the pen had been put down with sudden finality. He told me after the verdict that he was sorry for the cats, that he hoped someone would remember to feed them. And then he looked at me, and his eyes were so clear, so calm, and he said, "The man on the tower, the one I saw, He wasn't there to shoot. He was there to be seen. He was a witness, just like me. He was a prop in the story they were telling. D'Anthony folded the letter and placed it carefully in the pocket of his jacket. He was sitting in a diner off a highway that led nowhere he cared about. The coffee in his cup was bitter and cold. He looked out the window at the flat, gray landscape, but he saw only the water tower and the calm, clear eyes of a man condemned for a role he never chose to play. He paid his bill and walked out into the air. It was different here, dry and empty, carrying no scent of pine or polished wood. It was a clean slate, which was what he had thought he wanted, but the letter had proven that wrong. There was no clean slate. The story was not over. It had simply changed venues. He started the car and pulled back onto the highway, but he did not continue his journey away. He turned the wheel, guiding the car in a wide, slow arc across the empty lanes until he was pointed east, back the way he had come. He was not going back for justice. That ship had sailed. He was not going back for revenge. That was a fire that burned the one who held it. He was going back for the truth. Not the legal truth, which was a matter of record, but the human truth, the one that Arthur Pelling had carried with him to his cell. It was a truth that belonged to no one now, a ghost in the system. But D'Anthony had spent his life in the company of ghosts. He knew how to listen for them, and this one was not yet ready to be silent. The drive was a meditation on failure. Each mile that unspooled behind him was a mile he had once put between himself and Cedar Fork, a mile of supposed escape. Now he was reclaiming them one by one, and with each one the weight in his chest, a composite of broken ribs and a quieter, deeper fracture, seemed to grow denser. He wasn't sure what he would do when he got there. Confronting Croft was suicide. Speaking to the press was pointless. The story was old news, a neatly packaged tragedy with a convicted perpetrator. The town had moved on, or was pretending to, which was the same thing. He stopped for gas 100 miles out. The town on the map was called Jericho, but it was just a crossroads with a pump and a flickering neon sign. As he stood filling the tank, the smell of the gasoline sharp in the cool air, he saw his own reflection in the car's dusty window. He looked tired. The easy slouch was gone, replaced by a stiffness, a guardedness that was new. The man in the reflection was not the man who had left Cedar Fork. That man had still harbored a flicker of professional curiosity, the detached interest of a problem solver. This man was driven by something else, something less clean and more compulsive. He arrived in the dead of night, parking on an overlook a few miles from the town limits. From here, Cedar Fork was just a cluster of lights nestled in the dark bowl of the valley. A single brighter light shone from the hill where Croft's house stood, a watchful eye over its domain. D'Anthony didn't sleep. He watched the town until the sun began to bleed light into the eastern sky, turning the water tower from a black skeleton into a gray one. He did not go into the town proper. That would be asking for trouble. Instead, he drove to the county seat, a larger town 30 miles away. The public library there was a modern, soulless building. He found a computer terminal and began to dig. He wasn't looking for Croft anymore. He was looking for the ghost, the witness, the other man on the tower. He started with the Shell Corporation that had bought the Henderson farm. It was a dead end, a labyrinth of legal paperwork that led to a P.O. box in Delaware. He looked at the timelines again, the highway funding, the land acquisitions. It was all so cold, so clinical. But the man on the tower, the one Pelling had seen, was a physical fact. He had been there. He had left traces, not of himself, but of his presence. D'Anthony began cross-referencing the dates. The week before the shooting, a small-time security firm based 2 counties over had been hired to do a structural survey of the water tower. The permit was on file with the town council. The company was called Sentinel Solutions. It was owned by a man named Roland Voss. Roland Voss had no criminal record. His company website showed bland photos of men in uniforms installing alarm systems. But a deeper search in the places D'Anthony knew how to look revealed a different story. Voss was ex-military, a washout from the same shadowy branch of intelligence that D'Anthony had once brushed shoulders with. His service record was sealed, but the rumor mill, the digital whispers that never quite died, linked him to private contracting work in places the official news never mentioned. He was a ghost for hire. D'Anthony found a photograph, a grainy image from a Veterans Association newsletter. Voss was a big man with a thick neck and a shaved head. The photo was from the shoulders up, but D'Anthony could imagine the spiderweb tattoo creeping up from his collar. This was the man who had whispered to him in the alley. This was the man on the tower. He spent the day in the library piecing it together. Sentinel Solutions had been the perfect tool. They had the access, the expertise, and the deniability. They had gone up the tower under the guise of a survey, planted the rifle, the fibers, the fingerprints. They had created the scene. And then on the day of the picnic, one of them, likely Voss himself, had gone back up, not to shoot, but to be seen, to complete the illusion, to give the town its monster. He was the final, crucial piece of stagecraft. As evening fell, D'Anthony drove back towards Cedar Fork, but not to the town. He drove to the old Henderson farm. The access road was gated now, a heavy chain and a shiny new lock securing it. He parked his car out of sight and climbed the fence, moving slowly through the twilight, his body protesting the movement. The land was quiet, waiting. The fields were overgrown, the farmhouse a dark silhouette against the sky. This was the prize. This was the land that would be crossed by the new highway, the land whose value Croft had manipulated with 3 well-placed shots from a rifle he never touched. He stood there for a long time, the damp grass soaking his boots. He had the truth now. He had the name, Roland Voss, but it was a truth without power. It was a story he could tell to the empty air. He had no evidence that would stand in a court of law, only a chain of circumstance and a gut feeling that was, to anyone else, just a feeling. A set of headlights appeared on the main road, slowing, then turning onto the dirt track that led to the gate. D'Anthony melted back into the tree line, his breathing shallow. The vehicle, a dark pickup truck, stopped at the gate. A man got out. Even from this distance in the failing light, D'Anthony recognized the shape of him. It was Voss. He unlocked the gate, drove through, and then got out to lock it again behind him. He stood for a moment, looking out over the dark field, a landowner surveying his domain. Then he got back in his truck and drove towards the farmhouse. D'Anthony watched the truck's taillights disappear. He wasn't here to confront Voss. That would be the end of the story, and it would be a short one. He was here to understand, and now he did. The truth was not a weapon, it was a burden. It was the knowledge of the precise shape of the injustice, a shape as solid and real as the land itself. He had come back for the truth, and he had found it. It was a cold, hard, and utterly useless thing. He turned and walked back to his car, the ghost of Arthur Pelling walking silently beside him in the dark. The engine turned over with a reluctant cough. He drove away from the Henderson farm. The image of Voss's silhouette against the twilight burned into his mind. He found a motel on the edge of the county seat, a place that took cash and asked no questions. The room smelled of mildew and stale cigarettes. He lay on the stiff bed, staring at the water-stained ceiling, and let the truth settle. It was a rock in his gut. He had come back for the human truth, and he had found it. It was a story of a man used as a prop and a man used as a patsy. 2 witnesses to a crime that never happened the way the world believed. Pelling's truth had died with his conviction. Voss's truth was protected by money and power, and his own truth was a silent, screaming thing with no outlet. For 2 days he did nothing but watch. He drank bad coffee in his car across the street from the Sentinel Solutions office, a nondescript storefront in a strip mall. He saw Voss come and go, a man running a legitimate business. He saw the black SUV, now with a different license plate. He followed one of the other men, the one whose nose he had broken, to a suburban house with a tricycle in the driveway. These were not monsters hiding in caves. They were men who went home to their families after a day of building lies. On the 3rd day, he knew his presence was a risk. He was a loose end they had already tried to tie off. It was only a matter of time before they noticed the same car, the same face. He had to make a choice. Leave again for good this time, or do something that couldn't be undone. He chose the library again, not to dig, but to plant. He used a public computer to create a new encrypted email account. He wrote a single plain text message. It contained no accusations, only facts, the date of the Sentinel Solutions survey, the name Roland Voss, the purchase date of the Henderson farm, the state funding for the highway. He did not connect the dots. He just laid the pieces side by side, a puzzle for someone else to solve. He sent it to one person, Mariella Soto, at her personal email address from the letter she had sent him. He included no subject line and no signature. He was a ghost sending a message to another ghost. He had no expectation that it would change anything. It was not an act of hope, but of ritual, a final, quiet testimony. He was back in his car, the key in the ignition, when his phone vibrated. It was an unknown number with a local area code. His body went cold. They had found him faster than he thought possible. He let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text message appeared. It was from Mariella, the library now. The message was so abrupt, so dangerous, it felt like a trap, but the tone was hers, the command. He sat for a long moment, the engine off, the silence of the car pressing in on him. Then he got out and walked back inside. She was in the history section, pretending to look at a large book on local architecture. She looked older, the sharp lines of her face softened by weariness. She didn't look at him as he approached. That was incredibly stupid, she whispered, her voice low and furious. Do you have any idea what they can do, what they are? I have an idea, he said, stopping a few feet away, his back to a shelf of biographies. They monitor everything. My emails, my phone, they have since the trial. Your message was a flare. She finally turned her head, her eyes meeting his. They were full of a terrified anger. You led them right to me. Again. I am sorry, he said, and meant it. Why are you here, D'Anthony? What do you want? I told you the truth. And now you have it. It has a poison. It doesn't set you free. It just makes you sick. She slammed the book shut. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. He died, Arthur Pelling. He hung himself in his cell last week. The news called it an admission of guilt. The words landed like physical blows. D'Anthony leaned back against the bookshelf, the air gone from his lungs. The quiet, hollow-eyed man was gone. The story was truly over for him. So that's done, he said, his voice flat. It was always done, she replied. You need to leave, not just the town, the state. Go somewhere they think to look, and never, ever contact me again. She turned and walked away, her heels clicking a final, desperate rhythm on the polished floor. He stood there until the sound faded, until he was alone with the ghosts of history books. He had his truth. It was, as she said, a poison. It had killed Pelling. It had broken Soto. And it had left him standing in a library, a man with a story that would never be told, forever circling the empty space where justice was supposed to be. He drove until the gas needle hovered just above empty and the sky was the color of bruised flesh. He pulled into a truck stop that was a galaxy of harsh white light in the middle of nowhere. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of grease and coffee. He took a seat at the counter, the vinyl stool cracking under his weight. He ordered a black coffee and a piece of pie he knew he would not eat. The man on the stool next to him was reading a week-old newspaper. A small, buried headline on a back page caught D'Anthony SI. It was about Cedar Fork. The new highway project had been officially approved. Groundbreaking was scheduled for the fall. He looked away toward the window and the dark fields beyond. The machinery had not even paused. It had digested the tragedy, the trial, the suicide, and converted it all into momentum. He paid for his uneaten pie and walked back out into the night. The air was cool and carried the whine of big rigs and the scent of diesel. His car felt like a coffin. He leaned against the hood, the metal still warm from the drive, and looked up at the few stars visible through the light pollution. He thought of Pelling, not in his cell, but in his own small, cluttered house, worrying about his cats. He thought of the profound, mundane kindness in that concern, a kindness that had been rendered irrelevant by the story he was forced to inhabit. He could not go forward, he could not go back. He was pinned in this moment, in this nowhere place, by the weight of a useless truth. Then a thought occurred to him, so simple and so clear it felt like a key turning in a lock. He wasn't a detective anymore. He wasn't a witness. He was a historian. His job was not to change the past, but to record it, to preserve the human truth, even if it was only for himself. He got back in the car, but he did not start the engine. He took out his phone, the cheap, prepaid kind he had bought for this return trip. He opened a blank note. He began to type. He did not write about Croft or Voss or the conspiracy. He wrote about Arthur Pelling. He described the man's small, nervous hands, the way his eyes darted around the interrogation room, his quiet whisper about the cats. He wrote about the shape on the water tower, not as a piece of evidence, but as a phantom, a bad idea given form. He wrote it all down, every detail, every feeling, the entire, sorry human story. When he was finished, he saved the file. He attached it to an email and sent it to his own old, abandoned account, a digital message in a bottle he knew he would never retrieve. It was a record, it existed. In a world that had so efficiently erased Arthur Pelling, this small, private act of remembrance felt, if not like victory, then like a quiet, sustained rebellion. He started the car and pulled out of the truck stop. He did not look at the road signs. He just drove, letting the empty highway take him, a man carrying a story, which was now the only thing he owned. The road began to climb into the hills, the air thinning and cooling. He rolled down the window, needing to feel the real world against his skin. The act of writing it down had not lifted the weight, but it had settled it, distributed it more evenly inside him. He was no longer carrying a bomb, but a grave. He found himself on a narrow, winding road that was not on any map he was following. It was an old route, bypassed by the newer, straighter highways. It was the kind of road that led to forgotten places. After an hour, he saw a light ahead, a single yellow glow in the deep dark. As he drew closer, he saw it was a small, shabby motel called the Wayfarer's Rest. The vacancy sign was lit, the neon a dull red. It was the kind of place that asked nothing of you. He pulled in and got a room. The key was an actual metal key attached to a heavy wooden fob. The room was exactly what he expected, a perfect capsule of anonymity. He lay on the bed and listened to the silence. It was not the empty silence of the open road, but a held silence like the land itself was waiting. He thought of Mariella Soto, living her life under a microscope, a prisoner of the truth he had forced upon her. He thought of the tricycle in the Sentinel employee's driveway. The world was not divided into good men and bad men, but into stories that were told and stories that were buried. In the morning, he paid in cash and drove away as the sun was burning off the valley mist. He had no destination. He drove through small towns whose names he didn't catch, past fields and forests that held no history for him. He was a blank page moving through a written world. The compulsion that had driven him back to Cedar Fork was gone, replaced by a vast and weary acceptance. Days bled into one another. He worked a few cash-only jobs under a false name, stocking shelves at a grocery store in one town, washing dishes in a diner in another. He was a ghost, and he did a ghost-esque work. He kept to himself, spoke little, and listened to the mundane troubles of his temporary coworkers. Their problems were real and immediate, worries about rent and sick children and unreliable cars. Their world was solid, his was made of smoke. One evening, sitting in his rented room, he turned on the small television. The local news was on. There was a segment about economic development, a feel-good story about new jobs. The camera panned across a familiar landscape, now torn up by earth movers and girded with steel. The new highway outside Cedar Fork. A man in a hard hat and a suit was smiling, cutting a ribbon. It was Croft. He looked older, more prosperous, his smile easy and practiced. He spoke of progress and the future. The story made no mention of a water tower or a picnic or a man named Arthur Pelling. That chapter had been neatly excised, the scar tissue grown over smooth and strong. D'Anthony did not change the channel. He watched until the segment ended and the news moved on to the weather. He felt nothing, no anger, no bitterness, just a cold, clinical recognition of the mechanism. The machine was too big, too efficient. It turned truth into noise and then silenced the noise. He stayed in that town for another week, then left before dawn one morning. He drove east toward a rising sun that offered no warmth, only light. He was not going anywhere, he was just going. The story was in him now, a part of his cellular structure, a quiet hum beneath every thought, every breath. It was not a weapon and it was not a key. It was just a story, and for now that had to be enough. The miles unspooled, a gray ribbon between fields of brown and dormant green. He crossed a state line, then another, the geography shifting in subtle ways he barely registered. He was in the foothills of a mountain range whose name he didn't know when the car began to shudder. A deep, grinding knock started under the hood, a sound of final protest. He coaxed it into the parking lot of a parts store on the edge of a small town whose welcome sign was faded and peeling. The diagnosis was quick and terminal. The mechanic, a young man with grease under his fingernails, said the words with a sympathetic wince. Thrown rod. It wasn't worth fixing. D'Anthony sold the car to the scrapyard for $200 cash. He stood on the gravel shoulder outside the yard, the money a thin wad in his pocket, the duffel bag at his feet containing everything he owned. The car was gone, the last tangible connection to his old life, to Cedar Fork, to any of it. He felt a strange lightness, a severing. He walked into the town. It was a place of closed-down storefronts and a quiet, stubborn dignity. He found a room for rent above a barber shop. The landlord, an old man with a breathing tube, didn't ask for ID. The room was small and smelled of hair tonic and old wood, but it was clean. He paid a month in advance. The next morning he went to the diner on the main street and asked for an application. The owner, a woman in her 60s named Brenda with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor, hired him on the spot to wash dishes. The work was hard and hot, his hands perpetually pruned and soapy, but it was simple. It demanded nothing but his physical presence. He showed up on time, he worked, he went home. He became a part of the scenery. Weeks turned into a month. He learned the rhythms of the diner, the regulars and their orders. He spoke little, but he listened. He heard about local politics, about whose son was in trouble, about the price of feed. He was just the new dishwasher, the quiet man who kept to himself. It was the most peaceful he had been in years. The story inside him was still there, but it was like a book on a shelf, one he had read too many times to need to open again. One rainy afternoon, his shift over, he was walking back to his room when he passed the town's small library. It was a Carnegie library built of aged sandstone. On impulse, he walked in. The air was familiar, the smell of old paper and quiet. He wasn't looking for anything. He just browsed the shelves, his fingers trailing over the spines. He found himself in the history section, and a thick, cloth-bound volume caught his eye. It was a history of the state, published decades ago. He pulled it out and found a seat at a worn wooden table. He flipped through it idly, past chapters on early settlers and industrial boomtowns. Then a name jumped out at him from a page. It was a small, almost forgotten footnote in a chapter about transportation. It mentioned a state senator from the mid-20th century, a man named Alastair Croft, the grandfather. The footnote detailed allegations, long since buried, of land speculation and backroom deals connected to the first major highway system. The methods were different, but the blueprint was the same. A legacy of quiet, profitable corruption. D'Anthony closed the book. He didn't feel anger or vindication. He felt a profound, weary understanding. It was a river that had been flowing long before he had ever dipped his cup into it. He had stumbled into one eddy, one swirl of debris, and mistaken it for the whole. He slid the book back into its place on the shelf. He walked out of the library and into the soft rain. He went back to his small room, the story on the shelf now joined by another, older one. They were just stories. And he was just a man walking home in the rain with a shift to work in the morning. The rain fell steadily, a soft percussion on the roof of the barber shop. He lay on his narrow bed, listening to it and to the faint sounds of the town settling in for the night. The discovery in the library should have felt like something, a key or a confirmation, but it felt like nothing. It was just more evidence of the world's enduring nature. The fight had gone out of him, not in a surrender, but in an evaporation. He was tired in a way that sleep could not fix. He kept working at the diner. He saved his cash in an envelope tucked under a loose floorboard. He became a reliable fixture, the man who never called in sick, who never complained. Brenda started giving him easier tasks, refilling coffee cups, clearing tables. He liked the directness of it. A dirty plate was made clean. An empty cup was filled. The transactions were simple and complete. One Tuesday, a man came in alone, sitting at the counter and ordering the meatloaf special. He had the weary, competent look of a long-haul trucker. He left a local newspaper on the counter when he left. D'Anthony was clearing his place when he saw the headline. It was a small article, a follow-up from a nearby county. A whistleblower had come forward with documents concerning a private security firm, Sentinel Solutions. The allegations were vague about financial irregularities and improper influence on local contracts. The article was careful, full of qualifiers like alleged and under review. It named Roland Voss as the company's founder. D'Anthony read the article 3 times, his heart a dull, heavy drum in his chest. It was not an explosion. It was a crack, a hairline fracture in a vast, smooth wall. He thought of the email he had sent, the pieces of the puzzle laid out for Mariella. He had no proof she had done anything with it, or that this was even the result. It was likely just a coincidence, the normal churn of corruption and exposure. But the timing felt significant. It felt like an echo. He folded the newspaper and put it in the trash. He finished his shift. He did not feel hope. Hope was for a future he could imagine, and he could imagine no future for himself. What he felt was a slight, almost imperceptible shift in the atmosphere, like a change in barometric pressure before a storm. The story was not over. It was just being told by other people in other rooms, and he was no longer a character in it. He was a spectator. He went home, climbed the stairs to his room, and lay down in the dark. The rain had stopped. The only sound was the occasional hum of a car on the wet street outside, going somewhere that mattered. He slept deeply that night, a dreamless, heavy sleep. In the morning, the world looked the same. The sun was out, steaming the moisture from the asphalt. He walked to work, the rhythm of his steps as familiar as his own breathing. Brenda was already there, unlocking the door. She gave him a small, tired smile. The day proceeded with its usual cadence, the breakfast rush, the lull, the lunch crowd. He was wiping down a table when he saw a familiar car, a dark sedan, pull up across the street. It didn't park, just idled for a long moment before pulling away. It could have been anyone, it was probably nothing, but a coldness settled in his stomach, a primal recognition. The world was not as small as he had hoped, nor as large as he needed it to be. He did not panic. The fear was an old companion, and he knew how to live with it. He finished his shift, said his quiet goodbyes, and walked home. He did not pack his bag. He did not look out the window. He simply sat in the single chair in his room and waited. The envelope of cash was a comforting weight under the floorboard. He had known this day would come. A part of him had been waiting for it. The knock, when it came, was not loud or aggressive. It was a polite, firm rap. He did not answer. He listened to the footsteps retreat down the wooden stairs. He waited an hour, then 2, until the deep blue of twilight filled the room. He retrieved the envelope, stuffed it into his duffel bag along with his few belongings, and slipped out the back door, down the rickety fire escape into the alley. He walked to the edge of town, to the truck stop where the long-haul rigs came and went like migratory beasts. He stood in the shadow of the building, watching the drivers come and go. He needed a direction, any direction. A trucker climbed down from his cab, a big man with a graying beard. He looked tired but kind. D'Anthony approached him. "Which way are you headed?" he asked, his voice rough from disuse. "West," the man said, looking him over without judgment, "all the way to the coast." D'Anthony nodded. West was as good as any other direction. It was away, any room for a passenger. The trucker considered him for a long moment, then gestured with his head toward the passenger side. "Get in, but no talking unless it's important." D'Anthony climbed up into the high cab. It was a world of its own, smelling of coffee and old leather. As the truck rumbled to life and pulled onto the interstate, he watched the town disappear in the side mirror, just another pinprick of light swallowed by the vast, indifferent dark. He was moving again, a ghost in a machine, carrying his story with him into the deepening night. The hum of the tires on the pavement was a low, constant drone. The trucker, whose name was Earl, didn't speak. He just drove, one hand on the wheel, the other resting on his knee. D'Anthony watched the broken white lines stream past, a hypnotic river of dashes leading them into nothing. He felt no relief, only the grim satisfaction of a necessary task completed. He had cut the string again. Hours passed. The darkness outside was absolute, broken only by the occasional cluster of lights from a distant town or the oncoming glare of other trucks. Earl turned on the radio, a low murmur of a talk show from a distant city, a discussion about soil erosion. The mundane topic was a comfort. It was the sound of a world that was not his, a world concerned with things that grew, not with things that were buried. Just before dawn, Earl pulled into another massive truck stop, a city of light and diesel in the middle of the plains. "Gotta sleep," he grunted. "You're on your own from here." D'Anthony thanked him and climbed down, his body stiff from the long stillness. The pre-dawn air was cold and sharp. He went inside, bought a coffee, and found a secluded booth in the corner of the bustling restaurant. He sipped the bitter liquid and watched the people. Families on road trips, bleary-eyed and wrapped in blankets. Other truckers, their movements slow and deliberate. He was just another face in the transient crowd. He thought of the dark sedan. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been a debt collector, a process server for some other poor soul. But he knew. The system had a long memory, and it did not like loose ends. His act of remembrance, the email, had been a pebble tossed into a still pond. The ripples had eventually found the shore he was standing on. He had not started a war. He had merely reminded a powerful machine that he existed, and that was enough. He took out his phone, the prepaid one. The battery was low. He opened a new note. He didn't write about the library or the newspaper article or the sedan. He wrote about the diner. He described the steam rising from the dishwasher, the feel of the hot plates, the specific way Brenda tied her apron. He wrote about the taste of the coffee he was drinking right now. He was recording the present, building a new archive of a life that was constantly being erased and rewritten. It was the only way to stay sane, to prove to himself that he was still real. He finished the note and saved it. He would not send this one anywhere. It was for him alone. Then he stood up, shouldered his duffel bag, and walked back out into the growing light to find another ride. The sun was fully up now, bleaching the color from the land. He stood near the on-ramp, his thumb out, a figure of practiced patience. A beat-up pickup truck, its bed full of scrap metal, slowed and stopped. The driver was a young woman with a tired face and a sleeve of tattoos. "I'm only going 50 miles, she said. "That's fine," D'Anthony replied. 50 miles is fine." He got in. The cab smelled of cigarettes and pine air freshener. They drove in silence for a while, the flat land giving way to gentle, rolling hills. The woman finally spoke, running from or running to. The question was so direct it startled him. He looked at her profile. She kept her eyes on the road. "Neither," he said, "just moving." She nodded as if this was the only acceptable answer. "My brother was like that, always moving, said it was the only way he could breathe." She lit a cigarette, rolling the window down a crack. "He died in a car crash outside of Tulsa. Guess he stopped moving." D'Anthony didn't know what to say. The story hung in the air between them, simple and tragic. It was just another story. She led him out at a crossroads near a town that was little more than a gas station and a post office. He thanked her. She just nodded and drove away, leaving him in a cloud of dust. He walked toward the gas station, his throat dry. He needed water. He needed to decide his next move. The 50 miles had felt like a gift, but now he was stationary again, exposed. Inside the small, cluttered store, the air was cool and smelled of processed cheese and motor oil. He picked up a bottle of water and a granola bar and brought them to the counter. The man behind the register was old, his skin like tanned leather. He rang up the items slowly, his movements deliberate. "That'll be $4.12. D'Anthony handed him a $5. As the man made change, he looked past D'Anthony out the fly-specked window. "You need a ride?" the old man asked, his voice a low rasp. D'Anthony froze for a fraction of a second. "I'm all right." "Saw you get out of Mel's truck. She don't go far. Not many folks do around here." The man placed the change on the counter. There's a fella, runs a junkyard about 3 miles east of here. He's always looking for strong backs, pays cash, asks no questions." Their eyes met. The old man's gaze was not kind, but it was not hostile either. It was merely factual, like the price of the water. He was a node in a network D'Anthony had not known existed, a network of people who understood the need for invisibility. 3 miles east, D'Anthony asked. The man nodded once. "Look for the rusted-out school bus on the fence post. Can't miss it." D'Anthony picked up his change and his purchases. "Thank you." "Don't mention it," the old man said, already turning away. "And I mean that, don't mention it to anyone." D'Anthony walked out into the blinding noon sun. He opened the water and drank deeply. 3 miles east. It wasn't a destination, it was just the next place. He started walking, the dust from the gravel road coating his shoes. He thought of the trucker's brother dying in Tulsa. He thought of the quiet, final piece of stopping. But for now his feet kept moving, one in front of the other, carrying him and his story down the hot, empty road. The road shimmered in the heat. 3 miles felt like 10. His duffel bag, light as it was, grew heavy on his shoulder. He passed a few scattered houses, their yards filled with the skeletons of old cars and appliances. No one was outside. The only sound was the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant cry of a crow. He saw the school bus long before he reached the junkyard. It was perched precariously on a tall fence post, a monument of rust and faded yellow paint. The sight of it, so absurd and deliberate, felt like a sign. The fence itself was chain-link, topped with barbed wire, and beyond it stretched a vast field of automotive decay. A hand-painted sign read, "Hanks," in flaking red letters. The gate was open. He walked into a maze of stacked cars, their windows vacant, their bodies slowly being reclaimed by weeds. The air smelled of hot metal, oil, and dry earth. A dog barked once, then fell silent. A man emerged from behind the shell of a pickup truck, wiping his hands on an oily rag. He was large, with a thick gray beard and a bald head, and he wore coveralls despite the heat. "You lost?" the man asked, his voice a low rumble. "The man at the gas station said you might have work." The man, Hank, looked him up and down, his eyes lingering on the duffel bag. "What kind of work you looking for?" "Anything. I'm strong. I don't mind getting dirty." Hank grunted. "Pay is 10 an hour, cash at the end of the day. You steal from me, I break your hands. You cause trouble, you disappear. Understood?" D'Anthony nodded. "Understood." "Good. There's a 98 Civic over by the crusher. I need the engine block pulled before noon. Tools are in the shed. Don't cut any wiring. I salvaged the wiring." Hank turned and walked away, disappearing back into the canyon of metal. D'Anthony found the shed, then the Civic. The work was brutal, physical in a way that dishwashing was not. It was a battle with rusted bolts and stubborn parts. The sun beat down on his back, sweat and grease soaked through his shirt. By noon, his hands were raw and his muscles screamed, but the engine block was free. Hank came by, inspected the work with a critical eye, and gave another grunt, which D'Anthony took as approval. At the end of the day, Hank counted out $80 in worn bills. "Same time tomorrow," he said. "There's an old camper shell behind the office. You can sleep there. Rent's $20 a week, comes out of your pay." The camper was tiny and smelled of mold and mice, but it had a cot and a roof. It was a place. That night, lying on the thin mattress, listening to the crickets and the distant yipping of coyotes, he felt a strange sense of accomplishment. He had dismantled something. He had taken a complex machine and reduced it to its components. It felt like honest work. He fell asleep with the taste of dust in his mouth and the image of the rusted school bus against the blue sky fixed in his mind. It was not a home, but it was a hiding place, and for now, that was enough. Story 5. The bedroom door was ajar, which was wrong. It was a small thing, a detail so minute it would be swallowed by the sheer normalcy of the rest of the house, but to Joseph it was a klaxon. He always closed it, a firm, final click before leaving for the day, a ritual seal between the private world of sleep and dreams and the public world of law and order. Now, a sliver of shadow hinted at the room beyond, a dark vein in the white-painted wood. He stood in the hallway, his briefcase heavy in his hand, and felt the air change. It was not the air of his home, not anymore. It was the air of a place that had been visited. He pushed the door open slowly. The room was tidy, the bed made with Hannah's precise military corners. The morning light, weak and diluted by the incoming coastal fog, fell across the duvet in a pale rectangle, but on her pillow the indentation was not from her head. It was a different shape, longer, deeper, as if someone had lain there not to sleep, but to wait. And beside it, placed with an almost ceremonial care, was a single, long, dark hair. It was not Hannah's hair was the color of wheat. This was the color of a raven's wing, of a moonless midnight, of Kala's hair. That was the beginning, the first whisper of the avalanche that would bury him. It did not roar, it settled, a fine, cold dust over everything he knew. A week later, the official end began in a room designed for endings. The courtroom was a cavern of polished oak and suppressed anxiety. The air smelled of lemon-scented polish and the faint, metallic tang of the heating vents. Joseph sat at the defense table, the wool of his suit scratchy against his skin, a costume he had worn for years on the other side of this same stage. Now he was the spectacle. He could feel the weight of hundreds of eyes on the back of his neck, a physical pressure like a hand pushing him down. The prosecutor, a man named Evans with the eager, unlined face of a true believer, paced before the jury. His voice was a calibrated instrument, rising and falling with practiced gravity. He painted a picture of a crime of passion, of a respected district attorney, Joseph Vance, entangled in a clandestine affair with his brilliant, ambitious colleague, Kala Mendes. A relationship that had curdled, soured by professional rivalry and personal jealousy. He spoke of a struggle in Kala's minimalist apartment, of a shove, a fall, the tragic impact of a temple on the sharp, marble corner of a coffee table. An accident, perhaps, but one followed by a monstrous decision. To stage a burglary, to wipe away fingerprints, to carefully arrange her limbs as if she were sleeping, and to walk away into the clean, cold night. Joseph kept his eyes on the grain of the wood in front of him. He traced the lines, the whorls, a cartography of his own ruin. He could feel the presence of his wife Hannah 2 rows behind him. Her silence was a louder accusation than anything Evans could conjure. He did not need to turn to see her face. He knew it would be composed, a mask of dignified grief, but her hands, he knew, would be clenched in her lap, the knuckles white. The trial unfolded like a slow, precise dissection. Each day, another layer of his life was peeled back and laid bare for the amusement of the crowd and the scrutiny of the law. Evans presented their emails, their texts, fragments of conversations plucked from context and woven into a tapestry of obsession. He showed the jury a man caught between the rigid architecture of his public life and the chaotic, hungry pull of his private desires. The political dynamics of the city hummed beneath the surface of the testimony. The mayor's office, seeing a scandal that could taint the entire justice system, lined on the prosecution for a swift, clean conviction. The investigators men Joseph had shared coffee with now avoided his gaze, their testimony clipped and professional, their loyalty to the institution outweighing any past camaraderie. His own lawyer, a weary veteran named Croft, fought a defensive, trench warfare battle. He poked holes in the forensic evidence, highlighted the lack of any murder weapon, and argued that the staged burglary was the work of a genuine intruder, someone who had known Kala, known her habits. He painted Joseph as a man guilty of adultery, a moral failing, yes, but not of murder. He tried to turn the jury's attention to Kala herself, to her own labyrinthine connections, the powerful men she had prosecuted, the enemies she had made in her relentless climb. But the shadow of the affair was long and dark, and it eclipsed all other possibilities. In the stifling stillness of the courtroom, Joseph's mind would drift. He was not here in this hard chair. He was back in Kala's apartment the night it happened. The memory was not a linear narrative, but a collection of sensory fragments. The low thrum of a jazz record on her turntable, the scent of her perfume, something dark and spicy like cardamom and smoke, the cool, smooth texture of the concrete floor beneath his bare feet. The way the city lights, seen through her vast windows, looked like a spill of diamonds on black velvet. They had argued it was not a new thing. They were both prosecutors, both armed with words, and their debates were a form of intellectual combat, a sharp, thrilling dance. But this was different. It was about a case, a high-profile politician they were investigating, a man with deep pockets and deeper connections. Joseph wanted to move carefully, to build an unassailable wall of evidence. Kala wanted to strike fast, to use the media, to create a firestorm. "You are so careful, Joseph, so afraid of getting your hands dirty," she had said, her voice a low, mocking melody. "You think justice lives in those law books you love so much. It doesn't. It lives in the gut. It's a messy, bloody business." And he had replied, his own temper fraying, "And your way leaves corpses. It's not about justice, it's about ambition. You would burn down the whole city to see your name in the light of the flames." He had left then. He remembered the solid thud of her door closing behind him, a sound of finality. He remembered walking through the chilled night air, his breath pluming, the taste of copper and regret in his mouth. That was the last time he saw her alive. The truth was a simple, terrible thing. He had left her alive, furious and brilliant in her apartment, and he had gone home to his sleeping wife. But the truth in this arena was a brittle, useless thing. The trial ground on, a millstone wearing him down to nothing. He watched Judge Jacks, a man he considered a friend, preside over the dismantling of his life with a face of granite impartiality. Yet Joseph saw the flicker of something in Jack's eyes during Evan's more theatrical moments, a faint distaste, the weariness of a man who has seen too many narratives forced into tidy, convincing shapes. It was a fragile hope, a single, thin thread in the dark. The climax came not with a shout, but with a whisper. Croft, in a last, desperate move, called Hannah to the stand. The courtroom held its breath. She was a ghost of herself, pale and composed, her voice so quiet the judge had to ask her to speak up. She answered Croft's questions with a simple, devastating honesty. Yes, she had known about the affair. No, her husband was not a violent man. He was a man of thought, of quiet contemplation. He came home that night. He was agitated, yes, but he was not a killer. Then it was Evans's turn. He approached her not with aggression, but with a syrupy, poisonous sympathy. "Mrs. Vance," he began, "your loyalty is admirable, truly, but let me ask you about that night, the night Miss Mendes died. You said your husband came home agitated. Did he say why?" "He said they had argued about work." "And did you believe him?" A long pause. The only sound was the rustle of Hannah's skirt as she shifted in the chair. "I wanted to," she said. "But let us talk about the following morning," Evans pressed, his voice dropping to a confidential tone that carried to every corner of the room. "The morning the police came. Do you recall what you were doing?" "I was making the bed," Hannah said, her brow furrowing slightly at the oddity of the question. "Making the bed," Evans repeated, letting the words hang in the air. "And when you went into the bedroom, before the police arrived, did you notice anything? Anything at all out of place?" Joseph's blood went cold. He knew what was coming. He saw the memory flash in Hannah's eyes, a quick, startled blink. "The door," she whispered, "the bedroom door was open. I remember thinking it was strange. Joseph always closes it." "And did you find anything else? Anything that seemed out of the ordinary?" Hannah's composure finally cracked, a tiny fissure. Her lips trembled. "There was a hair on my pillow. A long, dark hair. It wasn't mine." The gasp in the courtroom was a collective thing, a rush of air sucked from the room. Evans let the silence swell, a suffocating blanket. He did not look at Joseph. He looked at the jury, a dark hair on the pillow of the wronged wife, placed there by a man who had just come from his lover's apartment, a man who wanted to what? Mock his wife, torment her? Or was it a trophy, a subconscious slip, a piece of the crime scene inadvertently brought home? It was the master stroke. It was not forensic, it was psychological. It painted Joseph not just as an adulterer, but as a cruel and arrogant one, a man so consumed by his secret life that he let it bleed into his home, a man capable of a profound, intimate carelessness that spoke to a deeper, darker pathology. The carefully constructed image of the respectable man fallen prey to passion crumbled, replaced by the more terrifying image of a cold, duplicitous strategist. In that moment, Joseph understood. The open door, the hair on the pillow, it was not his doing. He had closed the door. The hair was not his to leave. Someone else had been in his house. Someone had entered after he left for work that morning, after Hannah had left, and had staged this small, perfect piece of psychological evidence. It was a footprint, not in dust, but in the psyche. It was a message, and he was only now deciphering it. The jury was out for less than 6 hours. The verdict was guilty. The world dissolved into a roar of white noise. He saw Hannah S. face, a perfect oval of shock, as if the verdict were a genuine surprise. He saw Croft S. slumped shoulders. He saw Judge Jack's S. gavel fall, the sound like a bone breaking. As the bailiffs led him away, his cuffed hands cold behind his back, his eyes met Jack's S. across the crowded room. And in the Judge S. gaze, for one unguarded moment, there was not the stern satisfaction of justice served, but something else entirely. A flicker of fear. A quick, nervous glance towards the politician sitting smugly in the front row, and then back to Joseph. It was the look of a man who knew the script had been followed, but that the wrong play had been performed. The epilogue of his life was written in the small, gray room of a prison cell. The appeals were exhausted. The political machine had moved on, its appetite sated. Hannah divorced him. She moved away, and the few letters she sent were filled with a sadness so profound it felt like a physical weight. Joseph served his time, a model prisoner, his mind working endlessly on the puzzle of his own destruction. He thought of Kala, of her ambition, of the enemies she had made. He thought of the politician they had been investigating, a man who had smiled for the cameras outside the courthouse. He thought of the open door, the single dark hair. He was released after 15 years, a ghost stepping back into a world that had forgotten him. His hair was gray, his body softer, his eyes held the permanent stillness of a deep, still lake. He had one purpose, one single burning point of light in the darkness of his life, to find the truth. He used the skills he had honed as a prosecutor, but now they were turned inward on his own case. He tracked down old contacts, he pieced together bank records, he followed the money that had flowed around the politician Kala had been so determined to destroy. It led him, as he always knew it would, back to the beginning, to the man who had presided over his trial, the man of fragile balance, Judge Jacks, who had been in the pocket of that same politician for years. Jacks, who had been terrified that Kala's aggressive investigation would uncover his own corruption. Jacks, who had known about the affair, who had seen a perfect opportunity. A phone record obtained through a favor called in from a desperate man, placed a call from a burner phone, registered to nothing and no one, to Joseph S. home landline on the morning after Kala's murder. A call long enough for someone to answer, for a voice to give a message for Hannah, a tip anonymous about her husband's affair. A tip that would have sent her, hurt and furious, into their bedroom, where she would have found the door ajar, the foreign hair on her pillow, the seeds of a doubt that would one day grow into a forest of certainty. Joseph did not go to the police. The police were part of the architecture that had failed him. He went to Jack's house, a grand old Victorian on a cliff overlooking the sea. It was a stormy night, the wind howling like a chorus of furies. He found the judge in his study, a room of leather and books, a fire crackling in the hearth. Jax was older, his face more lined, but his eyes held the same weary authority. He did not seem surprised to see Joseph. He simply looked up from his glass of brandy, his expression one of profound resignation. "I knew you would come eventually," Jax said, his voice raspy. "I have waited a long time." "You killed her," Joseph said. It was not a question. Jack shook his head slowly. "No, I did not. I had her killed. There is a difference, a professional quiet." It was meant to look like the botched burglary it appeared to be, but then I saw a better opportunity, a cleaner one. With you as the centerpiece, the crime became simple, a crime of passion, neat, tidy, no messy connections to me or my associates. The politician you and Kala were so obsessed with, he is dead now. A heart attack 2 years ago, it doesn't matter anymore. And the hair, the open door. A refinement, Jack said, taking a sip of brandy. My idea. I knew about your habit of closing the door. I knew it would unsettle you, and the hair a simple thing, really. My wife at the time had hair very much like Kala's. It was a touch of psychological theater. It sealed you in the eyes of the jury. It made you not just a liar, but a monster. I am sorry, Joseph. It was never personal. It was business. The wind rattled the window panes. Joseph felt nothing. No rage, no triumph, just a vast, hollow emptiness. He had the truth. It was uglier and more mundane than he had ever imagined. It was not about passion, but about real estate and kickbacks and the quiet, bureaucratic maintenance of power. What will you do now? Jax asked, his voice quiet. You have no proof, only the word of a disgraced, convicted murderer against a retired judge. Joseph looked at the old man, at the firelight dancing in his eyes. He saw the fear there, the fear that had been there at the trial, the fear of exposure, of the messy truth. He did not answer. He simply turned and walked out of the study, out of the house, into the lashing rain and the howling wind. He walked until he stood at the edge of the cliff, the black, churning sea below him. He could feel the truth inside him, a heavy, cold stone. It was not a key that would unlock a cell. It was a weight that would anchor him to the depths forever. He did not jump. He turned and walked back towards the city, a ghost returning to its haunt. The rain washed over him, but it could not clean him. He found himself hours later standing across the street from his old house. It was different now, a fresh coat of paint, a new car in the driveway, but the shape of it was the same, the shape of the life that had been taken from him. He saw a light go on in the upstairs window, the bedroom. He watched as a figure, a man he did not know, crossed in front of the window. The man paused, reached out, and pulled the bedroom door closed, a firm, final click. The light in the hallway went out, leaving only the soft glow from the bedroom, a single, intimate square of yellow in the vast, sleeping, indifferent city. Joseph stood there in the rain, watching as the door, now closed, remained a silent, unanswerable question. A perfect, haunting loop in the story of a crime that had never really ended, a mystery that had simply been filed away. The man inside disappeared from view, leaving Joseph alone with the echo of that simple, domestic gesture. It was a motion he had performed 1,000 times, a meaningless habit that had become the linchpin of his destruction. He had spent 15 years deconstructing that moment, the open door, the single hair, turning it over and over in his mind until it was polished smooth like a river stone. And now, standing in the cold rain, he understood that the truth was not a weapon. It was a burden. It was his alone to carry. He had thought knowing would bring a form of peace, or at least a direction for his rage. But Jack's confession had only hollowed him out further. The machinations were so petty, so bureaucratic. His life, Kala's life, had been collateral damage in a transaction he hadn't even known was occurring. Going to the authorities was pointless. Jax was right. It was the word of a felon against a retired pillar of the judiciary. The system would simply close ranks again, a self-preserving organism. He found a room in a boarding house that smelled of boiled cabbage and old carpets. It was a place for ghosts, for men who had been erased. He lay on the thin mattress and stared at the water-stained ceiling. The purpose that had sustained him through his sentence was gone. He had achieved his goal and found it was nothing but ashes. A week passed, then two. He walked the city, a tourist in the ruins of his own past. The courthouse was the same imposing edifice of stone and authority. He watched lawyers in sharp suits stride up the steps, their voices loud with purpose, and he felt a century removed from them. One afternoon he saw Evans, the prosecutor, now older, his hair graying at the temples, his step a little less eager. He was with a young woman, likely a junior attorney, and he was gesturing emphatically, no doubt building another narrative for another jury. Joseph felt no animosity, only a distant pity. Evans had been a tool, a good one, but a tool nonetheless. His feet, as if with a will of their own, carried him back to the cliffside neighborhood in Jack's house. He did not approach, just watched from a distance. He saw the judge tending his roses, a frail old man in a cardigan. He saw a woman, a different one from the wife he remembered, bring him a cup of tea. It was a portrait of serene retirement. The monstrous had been wrapped in the banal. On the third week, a different idea began to form, not from a desire for justice or revenge, but from a simple, unbearable need to be heard. He went to the public library and used a computer to draft a letter. It was not an accusation, it was a statement. He wrote down everything Jax had said to him that stormy night. He described the phone call to his house, the planting of the hair, the reason for Kala's murder. He wrote it all with the dispassionate clarity of the lawyer he had once been, laying out the facts of his own case for the final time. He printed a single copy. He did not address it to the police or to a newspaper. He addressed it to Hannah. He had kept track of her over the years. She lived in a small town up the coast, had remarried, had a quiet life. He found her address in a phone directory. He mailed the letter the next morning, dropping the plain white envelope into the blue mailbox with a sense of finality. He did not expect a reply. He did not expect her to believe him. He simply needed to place the truth somewhere outside of himself, to put it into the world and be done with it. He returned to his room and waited. There was nothing else to do. The days bled into one another. He thought of Kala less as a person and more as an idea, a symbol of a system that consumed its own. He thought of Hannah, hoping the letter would not cause her fresh pain, but knowing that it inevitably would. The knock on his door came 10 days later. It was not the police, it was Hannah. She stood in the dim hallway, older, her face lined with a life he had not been part of. She held the letter in her hand. "I knew," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "Not the details, not about Jax, but I knew you couldn't have done that. The hair, it was too perfect. It was like a piece of evidence in a case. It felt staged." She stepped into the room, her eyes taking in the poverty of it. "I was so angry for so long. The affair that was real, that hurt. But the monster they painted at the trial, that wasn't you, Joseph. I let them convince me because the truth was too complicated." They talked for an hour, the first real conversation in 2 decades. It was not a reconciliation. There was too much history for that, too much damage. It was an acknowledgement, an exoneration of a kind that no court could ever provide. When she left, she took the letter with her. "I will keep this," she said, "for the record." After she was gone, the room felt different. The silence was no longer oppressive. The truth was no longer his alone. It was shared. It was a small, fragile thing, but it was enough. He lay down on the bed again and looked at the ceiling. This time he did not see the stains. He saw the faint pattern of the plaster, the delicate, web-like cracks that spread from corner to corner, holding the whole structure together. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in 15 years, he slept without dreaming of doors. The next morning, he packed his single bag and left the boarding house. The city had no more answers for him. He bought a bus ticket headed north, a direction with no particular significance. He found a job as a night watchman at a small coastal cannery, the kind of place that asked no questions. The work was solitary and quiet, the only sound the hum of refrigeration units and the distant crash of waves. He rented a cabin on the outskirts of town, a simple box with a view of the ever-changing sea. Months turned into a year. He learned the rhythms of the tides and the fishing boats. He spoke to few people, and they in turn left him to his silence. He was just the quiet man who worked the night shift. One afternoon, while buying groceries, he saw a newspaper left on a bench. A small back-page obituary caught his eye. Judge Arthur Jax had passed away in his sleep. The article was brief and respectful, praising his long career and his dedication to the law. There was no mention of corruption or murder or a framed prosecutor. The system had, as he knew it would, protected its own to the very end. He felt a strange absence where he expected to feel anger. The architect of his ruin was gone, and the world had noted his passing with a polite, uncomprehending murmur. It was over. The final page had been turned. That night during his rounds, he stood on the cannery dock and looked out at the black water, speckled with the lights of a few late-returning trawlers. The truth was his and Hannah's, and it would die with them. It was not a victory, but it was a form of closure. A private, quiet one. He thought of the man in his old house, closing the bedroom door. He thought of Hannah living her life. He thought of Kala, a bright flame extinguished for the pettiest of reasons. And he understood that his life was no longer about them. It was about the salt air in his lungs, the solid feel of the wooden dock beneath his feet, the simple, undeniable fact of his own existence, unburdened by the past for the first time in decades. He was not happy, but he was finally at peace. The story was done. He was just a man standing in the dark, watching the lights on the water. He did not move for a long time. The cold sea air seeped through his jacket, but he did not feel it. He was untethered, a satellite that had finally broken orbit and was now drifting into the silent, stardusted void. The compulsion that had defined him for half his life was gone, and in its place was a vast and startling freedom. It was terrifying. He kept the night watchman job. The monotony became a meditation. He learned the names of the constellations that wheeled over the cannery roof. He learned the different sounds the sea made in a gale versus a calm. He started reading again, not legal texts or true crime, but poetry and history, things that had no connection to the man he had been. One day he bought a small, spiral-bound notebook and a pencil. He did not intend to write his memoirs or a manifesto. He simply began to write down things he saw. The way the gulls fought over fish scraps, the color of the sky just before dawn, a memory of his father, unbidden and surprisingly vivid, teaching him how to tie a knot. The words were clumsy at first, but they were his. They were not for a judge or a jury. They were for no one. A woman named Elaine worked at the local library. She was around his age, with kind eyes and a quiet laugh. She helped him find books on local birds. They began to talk, first about the weather, then about books, then about small, inconsequential things. She asked him no questions about his past. He offered no explanations. They shared a pot of tea in the library's reading room once a week. It was not a romance. It was a companionship, a recognition of two solitary souls. He was in his cabin, listening to the rain on the roof and writing a description of the storm-tossed waves, when he realized he had not thought of the open door or the hair or Jack's study for an entire month. The memory was still there, a scar, but the pain had receded into a dull, distant ache. He had built a new life, not on the ruins of the old one, but on a different patch of ground altogether. It was a small life, a quiet life, but it was his. He looked down at his notebook, at his own handwriting, and he understood that this was the final verdict, the only one that mattered. He was not guilty. He was just a man living. He closed the notebook, set the pencil aside, and went to make his tea. The water boiled, the steam fogged the window, and outside the world continued, vast and indifferent and beautiful. The following week, Elaine asked if he would like to join her for a walk along the coastal path. He agreed, and they walked for an hour in a comfortable silence, broken only by her pointing out a rare seabird or a particularly wild patch of flowers. As they turned to head back, she slipped her hand into his. It was a simple, warm pressure. He did not pull away. They walked back to the library like that, hand in hand, and parted with a quiet understanding that they would do it again. That small connection felt like a new kind of truth, one that was not about the past, but about the present. It was not a burning point of light, but a gentle, steady glow. He continued his work, his writing, his walks with Elaine. The seasons turned. The fierce winter storms gave way to a soft, green spring. One evening he was on the cannery dock, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of orange and violet. He thought of the letter he had written to Hannah, and he realized he felt no pull toward it anymore. It was a document from another lifetime. Its power over him had dissipated. The truth had been a stone in his pocket, and he had, without noticing, let it slip into the deep. He was no longer anchored by it. He was simply floating, and for now, that was enough. He took a deep breath of the clean, salty air and went inside to start his rounds. The familiar, hollow sound of his boots on the wooden planks, a rhythm that no longer sounded like a prison march, but like the beat of a quiet, ongoing life. The next day he wrote a short note to Hannah. It contained no details, only a hope that she was well and a thank you. He did not expect or wait for a reply. He simply mailed it and felt a chapter close with a gentler finality. That afternoon he met Elaine for tea and told her, for the first time, a little about the man he had been before. He did not speak of the trial or the prison, but of the law, of the belief in order and truth that had once animated him. She listened, her hands wrapped around her mug, and when he was finished, she simply nodded and said, "It makes sense that you would have been that kind of man." Years later, long after he and Elaine had married and moved into a small, sun-filled house further inland, a package arrived. It was from Hannah's daughter. Hannah had passed away peacefully. Inside, with a brief, kind note, was his original letter. There was no need for it anymore, the note explained. Her mother had kept it as promised, but had also found her own peace long before. Joseph took the yellowed pages to the wood stove in their living room. He held them for a moment, feeling the weight of the words that had once defined his entire existence. Then he opened the stove door and placed them inside. He and Elaine watched together as the flames caught the edges, curling the paper black, turning the meticulous script into smoke and ash that vanished up the flue. It was not an act of destruction, but of release. The record was clear now, in the only way that truly mattered. He put his arm around Elaine's shoulders, and they stood there in the warmth of their own quiet hearth, listening to the wind outside, a sound that was no longer a howl, but just the weather. The wind was just the weather now. It was a sound that came and went, like the traffic on the distant highway or the call of the crows in the tall pines behind their house. It held no message for him. He had learned over the course of this second, quieter life to listen to the world for what it was, not for what it might represent. The color of the light through the autumn leaves was simply beautiful. It was not a metaphor for loss or the passage of time. It was just light. He tended a small vegetable garden. He read books aloud to Elaine in the evenings, his voice, once used for closing arguments, now finding a different rhythm in the lines of poetry and prose. They had a dog, a placid old retriever who slept by the fire. Sometimes a news program would mention a legal scandal, a corruption case in the city he had left behind. He would listen, his head tilted, and then he would reach for the remote and change the station to some music. It was not that he didn't care about justice anymore. It was that he had come to understand its limits and its true scale. Justice, he now believed, was sometimes a private harvest, a small, personal yield of peace from a field of ruin. One morning he woke before dawn, as was his habit. Elaine was still asleep beside him, her breathing deep and even. He went to the kitchen and made coffee, standing at the window as the sky lightened from black to deep blue to a soft, pearly gray. He watched a deer step delicately out of the tree line and into the meadow, pausing to look back toward the woods. For a moment, man and animal regarded each other across the distance, a silent acknowledgement of two separate lives. Then the deer turned and moved on, disappearing into the long grass. Joseph took a sip of his coffee. The past was like that deer, he thought. It would always be there, a presence at the edge of your vision, but it did not have to live in your house. You could let it move through the landscape of your memory without needing to chase it or be chased by it. He heard Elaine stir in the other room, and he turned from the window to begin the day. He poured her a cup of coffee, the simple ritual anchor in the quiet morning. She came into the kitchen, her hair sleep-tousled, and smiled at him. They did not speak. They had long since learned that some silences were more profound than words. He handed her the mug and their fingers brushed, a touch that was still, after all these years, a quiet marvel. Later he walked the dog along the path that skirted the meadow. The sun was fully up now, warming the cool air. He thought of the letter he had burned and of Hannah and of the city that was now just a name on a map. He felt a gratitude so deep it was almost a physical ache, not for any specific thing, but for the entirety of this unasked-for second chance. The path turned, leading him back toward the house, where smoke curled from the chimney. He was not a man running from something anymore. He was a man walking toward home. The dog loped ahead, tail wagging, and Joseph followed, his steps steady on the familiar earth. The house was warm, filled with the scent of coffee and the faint, clean smell of the wood fire. Elaine was at the table, reading the local paper. She looked up as he came in, her gaze soft. "Everything all right?" she asked. He nodded, hanging his jacket on the peg by the door. "Everything is fine," he said, and for the first time the words felt entirely, unshakably true. He sat down across from her, and the dog settled at his feet with a contented sigh. The day stretched before them, ordinary and full of small possibilities. He picked up a section of the newspaper, his eyes scanning the headlines without urgency. He was not waiting for anything, he was just here. The clock on the wall ticked its gentle, patient rhythm, marking a time that belonged only to them. The mail came at noon, a single bill and a flyer for a hardware store sale. He sorted it without thought, his mind already on the tomato plants he intended to stake after lunch. It was a small task, a simple problem of support and growth. He found a deep satisfaction in such things. Later, as he worked the soft soil around the plants, his hands dark with earth, he remembered the cold, smooth feel of a courtroom gavel. The memory was distant, an artifact from a museum he no longer visited. He focused on tying the tender stem to the bamboo stake, his touch gentle, ensuring it was secure but not constricting. This was a different kind of order, one that nurtured rather than punished. Elaine brought him a glass of water and stood for a moment, watching him work. "They're coming along nicely," she said. He looked at the neat rows of plants, the promise of future fruit, and agreed. This was the only legacy that concerned him now, this quiet cultivation. The past had been a fire, but it had burned down to ash, and from that ash this small, green life had managed to grow. It was enough, it was more than enough. He finished his watering and went inside, wiping his feet carefully on the mat. The years continued their quiet accumulation. His hair turned fully white, and a stiffness settled into his knees that the sea air did nothing to ease. He and Elaine talked of moving to a single-story house, but they never did. The stairs were a small, familiar challenge. Their life was a collection of such small things. The crossword puzzle they worked on together each morning. The way she always saved him the last piece of toast. The reliable purr of the old retriever, who was eventually replaced by another, younger dog with the same calm temperament. One spring, a researcher from a historical society came to the library where Elaine still volunteered part-time. The woman was compiling an oral history of the region, focusing on the cannery and the people who had worked there. She asked to interview Joseph. He declined politely but firmly. The past he had built here was the only one that interested him. The woman accepted his refusal with a nod and moved on. He felt no anxiety, no flicker of the old fear. He was just an old man who valued his privacy. He outlived most of his contemporaries. He read their obituaries in the paper sometimes, names from the city, former judges, lawyers, even a few politicians. He felt nothing but a vague, impersonal sadness, the same feeling he got when he read about the passing of a famous actor or artist. They were figures from a story he had once read long ago. His own ending, when it came, was as quiet as his life had become. It was a cold that settled into his chest and would not leave. The doctor used words like pneumonia and age. Elaine held his hand in the hospital room, which smelled of antiseptic and the lilacs she had brought from their garden. He was not afraid. He looked at her face, lined and beloved, and he tried to convey everything he felt without words. She squeezed his hand, understanding. His last thought was not of Kala or Jax or the law. It was of the tomato plants in his garden and the simple, satisfying feel of the damp earth under his hands. And then there was no thought at all, just a gentle release, like a boat finally slipping its moorings and drifting out, not into darkness, but into the vast, open and silent sea. The service was small, held in the library-esque reading room. Elaine did not wear black. She wore the blue dress he had always liked. A few neighbors came, and the librarian and the woman who ran the post office. They spoke of his quiet ways, his love for his garden, his devotion to Elaine. They did not speak of where he had come from, because none of them knew. He was simply Joseph, a good man. They scattered his ashes in the meadow, near the tree line where he had watched the deer. Elaine lived another 10 years, tended by neighbors and the new dog, and she was buried beside him in the local churchyard, their two names on a simple stone, a dash between the dates holding a world of quiet happiness. The cabin by the sea was sold and eventually torn down for a new development. The cannery closed, the town changed, But for a long time, the story of the quiet man and the woman from the library was told as a local tale of a second chance, a quiet love that had healed a wounded soul. It was a story that was true in all the ways that mattered, even if the first, painful chapters remained forever unread. The meadow grew over the spot where his ashes lay, the grass and wildflowers rising and falling with the seasons. The development where the cabin once stood was itself eventually abandoned, the land reclaimed by salt-sprayed pines and stubborn beach roses. The story of the quiet man and the librarian softened with each telling, becoming a gentle local legend, a parable of redemption stripped of its specific, painful origins. It was a story about the peace that could be found at the edge of the world, a lesson in how to leave a loud life behind. Children who heard it would look at the older, reserved people in their town and wonder what oceans of silence lay behind their eyes. And in this way, his legacy was not one of truth or justice, but of quietude, a testament to the idea that a life could be remade, not through grand gestures, but through small, deliberate acts of living. The sea continued its endless work, erasing the footprints on the shore, smoothing the sharp edges of the past, until all that remained was the horizon, a clean, unwavering line between water and sky. Elaine kept his notebook. She did not read it for a year, respecting the privacy he had so fiercely guarded. When she finally opened it, she found no grand confessions, only the quiet observations of a man learning to see the world again. Descriptions of light on water, the weight of a good book, the sound of her laughter from the next room. It was, she thought, the most honest biography ever written. She placed it on the shelf next to his favorite books, a quiet testament to a life that had found its meaning not in the grand narrative, but in the overlooked spaces between the words. The story was over, and it had ended exactly as it should have, not with a period, but with a long, contented silence. That silence became a part of her. She lived within it, and it was not lonely, for it was filled with his presence. She could feel it in the garden when a tomato ripened perfectly, or when the dog would suddenly lift its head as if hearing a familiar step on the path. The world was less vivid without him, but it was not empty. It was layered with the memory of his peace, which had become her own. She passed the notebook on to Hannah S. daughter when she visited, a woman with her mother S. eyes and a gentle demeanor. The daughter read it on the train back to the city, and when she finished, she looked out the window at the passing landscape, understanding that this was the man her mother had tried to protect. It was not a story of guilt or innocence, but of a soul finding its way back to shore. She kept the notebook on her own shelf, a secret history of a man who had chosen obscurity over absolution and had found something far greater. The town, of course, forgot. New people moved in, new stories were woven into the old fabric. The library got a new computer system. The coastal path was paved for a stretch, but on certain evenings, when the light is just right and the air is clear, you can still feel it, a hush that falls over the meadow, a quality of stillness that seems to listen. It is the echo of a quiet man and the woman who loved him, and the profound, unspoken truth that some lives are measured not in noise and drama, but in the gentle accumulation of peaceful days. And in that there is a kind of victory that no court could ever grant and no record could ever dispute. The retriever that came after the first one was named Bear, and he was followed by a small, mixed-breed dog with a fondness for sleeping on the sofa. Elaine continued to volunteer at the library until her eyesight began to fail, and then she would sit in the reading room as a guest of honor, listening to others read the stories she loved. She never considered moving away. The house held his imprint in the worn spot on the floorboards near the stove, in the specific way the light fell across his old armchair in the afternoon. To leave would be to lose the physical map of their life together. When she died, the community that had embraced them both ensured she was laid to rest beside him. The 2 dates on the simple stone were a testament to a shared journey. The house was sold to a young family who painted the shutters a cheerful yellow. They knew nothing of the previous owners beyond the fact that the man had been a wonderful gardener. The soil in the plots was dark and rich. The notebook, however, had its own journey. Hannah's daughter, whose name was Clara, kept it for many years. She was a teacher, and one day, during a lesson on personal histories, she found herself thinking of the quiet, precise handwriting describing the color of the sea. She did not show the notebook to her students, but it inspired her to start a project where they documented the small, beautiful details of their own lives: the smell of rain on pavement, the sound of a family meal, the feeling of a warm blanket. In this way, Joseph's legacy of attentive silence was passed on, not as a story of escape, but as a lesson in how to see the world. Eventually, the town old-timers who remembered the couple passed on themselves. The story faded from even the local lore, becoming as intangible as sea mist. The meadow was eventually purchased by a land trust, ensuring it would remain wild. On windy days, the tall grasses sway in waves, and on calm days, the silence is deep and complete. It is a place without a plaque or a marker, a memorial that does not ask to be remembered, but simply exists, a quiet, green space under the wide sky holding its peace. The young family who bought the house found the gardening tools in the shed, old but well cared for. The father, a man with no particular green thumb, felt an odd responsibility to continue the work. He planted tomatoes, following the vague instructions on the seed packet, and was surprised when they thrived. His children grew up eating sun-warmed tomatoes from the vine, their small hands stained with the same earth. They knew nothing of the man who had prepared the soil, yet they benefited from his quiet labor. The family dog, a rambunctious mutt, would sometimes sit and stare into the corner of the garden for no apparent reason, its head cocked as if listening to a whisper only it could hear. The children would laugh and call him silly, never knowing he might be hearing the echo of a calm, old retriever-esque sigh. Life continued in this way, each new generation layering its own memories over the old, the past receding into the very soil, becoming a foundation rather than a monument. The wind still blew, the sea still murmured in the distance, and the world, in its endless turning, kept the secret of a man who had learned to live without a name. One afternoon, the youngest child, a girl of 7, was digging near the fence line, her small trowel striking something hard. She unearthed a smooth, gray stone, worn flat by time and weather. It was unremarkable to anyone else, but she pocketed it, feeling it was special. She placed it on her windowsill, a talisman of her home. She didn't know that the man who had lived there before had once held a similar stone, turning it over in his hand as he sat on the porch, finding in its cool, solid weight a simple answer to a question he had long forgotten how to ask. The stone sat there for years, through sunsets and storms, a silent witness to a new childhood, in the same place where an old man had finally found his peace. It was just a stone, and that was its profound and only meaning. The stone on the windowsill caught the light of the setting sun, a dull gleam that the girl noticed as she fell asleep. It was part of the landscape of her room, a constant in the shifting world of her childhood. She grew up and moved away to college, and the stone was packed in a box of mementos, forgotten in an attic. The house changed hands again, and the new owners cleared the attic, taking the box to the town dump. The stone, along with old report cards and faded drawings, was buried under layers of refuse, returned to the earth from which it had come. It was a fitting end, a return to anonymity that would have pleased the old man. The garden plots were eventually paved over for a patio, and the last physical trace of his cultivation was erased. But the quality of the silence in the meadow remained, a deep, resonant quiet that visitors would sometimes remark upon, though they could never say why it felt so different from other silences. It was a silence that had been earned, a peace that had been planted and tended, and though the story was gone and the names were lost, the essence of it lingered, as real and as tangible as the sea air. It was enough. The years turned and the town continued its slow evolution. The hardware store that had once sent flyers closed, replaced by a boutique that sold scented candles. The librarian who had known Elaine retired, and the new one, a young man with a passion for digital archives, had no knowledge of the couple who had once been fixtures in the quiet space. The world moved on, as it always does, leaving the past to settle deeper into the soil. The girl who had kept the stone became a geologist. She studied the slow, patient language of the earth, the way pressure and time created new forms from old rubble. On a field trip with her students, she returned to the coastal region of her childhood. She showed them the unique stratification of the cliffs, the history written in layers of sediment. They stopped to eat their lunches in a meadow preserved by the Land Trust. As her students chattered, she felt a profound and inexplicable stillness settle over her, a feeling of being utterly, completely safe. She closed her eyes and breathed it in, this gift from a place she barely remembered. She never connected it to the old house or the stone she had long since lost. It was simply a feeling she carried with her, a touchstone of peace she would recall during stressful days in the city, a memory of a silence so deep it felt like an embrace. She passed this feeling on not through stories but through her own calm presence, her ability to listen to the slow, deep rhythms of the earth. And high above, the sky remained, a vast and patient blue. The sea continued its eternal work of erosion and renewal. The waves that had once carried a man to a new shore now washed over sands constantly rearranged, leaving no trace of any single footprint. The horizon held its clean, unwavering line, a promise that at the edge of all noise and confusion there was always the possibility of a quiet return, a gentle integration into the immense and silent whole. The story was not just over. It was complete, its final notes absorbed into the world's enduring hum, a vibration too deep for sound.